All right. Well, I will now call the Wednesday, October 28th, 2020 Community and Public Services Committee meeting to order. And we'll begin with roll call. Councillor Zadek.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I am here.
Good morning. Councillor Knack.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. See you there. Councillor Nickel.
Present.
Good morning. And it looks like we are also joined this morning by Councillor Henderson. Good morning.
Morning.
You don't have to respond if you don't want to. Good morning to Councillor Esslinger.
Morning.
Good morning. And I believe good morning to Councillor McKean.
Morning, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Banga, good morning.
Good morning.
And Councillor Katarina, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, and I believe that's it. If I've missed you, please feel free to speak up. Okay, so without further ado, would someone please move the adoption of today's agenda?
So moved.
Okay, and that was Councillor Zadek?
That was Nickel, I believe.
Oh, okay, Councillor Nickel, thank you. Please vote for the adoption of the agenda.
Yes, Zadek.
And I am also a yes. My laptop died, so I'm actually on my device that I vote on. So
Are we doing this verbally today?
Yeah.
We will be using the system, but if you'd like to do verbal for the adoption,
Sure,
that's
just
fine.
yes.
And yes as well.
Keeps it faster. Jeez.
All right. And please display the vote. I would imagine from the sounds of it, it's unanimous. And can I get someone to please move the adoption of the minutes from the previous meeting?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move the adoption of the meeting minutes from the October 14th, 2020 Community and Public Services Committee meeting.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Can I get a verbal vote, please? I am in favor.
Yes.
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 All right. That is unanimous.
Yes.
Okay. And clerks, you have that as well as unanimous?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Okay, so let's move on to selection of items for debate.
Mr. Chairman, let's see what do we have here. So we'll move over to 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4. Is Councillor Hamilton on the line? If not, I'll select it in case she shows up.
Very thoughtful. Okay, that seems to be everything that we wanted. I suppose. Anyone else? Okay, since that's the whole order, I guess
I'll move the last remaining item, which is 5.1, revised due date for traffic bylaw changes.
Thank you for that. Revised due date. It's been moved. So can we vote on that, please? We'll get a verbal.
Yes.
A yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Yes.
Thank you. And clerks, if you mind reading that back for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This morning, committee has passed the following item without debate. The revised due date for item 5.1, traffic bylaw changes, bicycle safety passing protocols, has been approved for January 20th, 2021.
Okay, and I noticed our mayor, Don Iveson, has joined us this morning. Good morning, Mayor Iveson. Okay.
Morning, Mr. Chair. I was there for the last two votes.
All right, perfect. Thank you. And I didn't see you until now, so my apologies.
No worries, no worries.
Okay, so let us move on to request to speak. And does anyone want to move that?
Sure, Mr. Chair, I've got a list in front of me here, so
Okay.
I can do that. So we'll move that's the Community and Public Services Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. On item 6.1, Jim Gendron, who is remote. Item 6.2, Joshua Semchuk, Murray Soroka, Jesus Gonzalez, Amanda Nielsen, Christy Morin, Janessa Vandenberg, Glynis Lieb, Randy Ritz. We no longer have Donna Yateman. That's correct. That's crossed out on mine. Okay, perfect. Todd Janes and Dan Eckel.
Okay, that is also what I have. To hear from these speakers, please vote. I am a yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
The e-scribe ballot did go out, if you don't mind using the system.
Yeah, if you can use the system, that would be great. I am just charging up my laptop, which is dead. So I'm using my screen that I actually use for voting, so it's a no-go for me right now, except for verbal.
And Mr. Mayor, we are updating the system so that it shows you're present for your ballot. But we can take your
Lovely.
vote verbal.
I'm a yes in the meantime. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Zadok, were you a yes?
I was a yes, sorry. I'm trying to get eScribe loaded on my laptop here.
Thank you. And that's all 5 votes.
Great. Okay. And we have one request for time specific today. If someone wouldn't mind moving that, that would be great.
Yes, so I'll move that we make item 6.3, the Edmonton Heritage Council annual update, time specific at 1:30.
Perfect. All in favor? Any opposed? Please vote. I am a yes.
Yes.
We have all the votes. That was unanimous.
All right. Thank you very much. And are there any councillor inquiries today? I hadn't been notified of any. None popping up. Okay. And we've already gone through request to reschedule reports, so we can now move on to 6.1. And I believe administration may have some comments on that.
Sorry,
So we'll
Mr.
hear-
Chair.
Oh.
Item 6.4 is time specific as first item of business
Oh,
today.
my mistake. I see that right in front of me. So let us move to 6.4. And actually, I should know this because this is something that I advocated for, that the Edmonton Police Service contractual reporting semi-annual report be brought forward to us at this point.
Good afternoon, good evening, morning. It's Stacey York from EPS Materials Management. We're bringing forward the contractual semi-annual report. It's the report for January 1st through June 30th, 2020. During that time, there was just a little over 1.5 million in contracts that were awarded through single source contracts. And this is the semi-annual report that brings them to Council. This is in accordance with bylaws 16, the city administration bylaw. Are there any questions regarding the report?
Any questions from anyone? I feel, well, let's just see if anyone has any questions. Going
Well,
on.
Councillor Nico selected this item. I'm not sure if he
Yeah.
has questions.
Councillor Nicol, do you have any questions?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I grabbed them all for other councillors that might have been here. So I'll be happy to move it if no one has questions.
Yes,
I have none.
Go ahead. I have some came from. No, or was that I have none? All right, we'll go. One more ask to see if anyone has any questions. Going once. Going twice. All right, and that is it. So Councillor Nicol has moved this. If we can vote, I am a yes. Unless anyone wishes to speak to this. Doesn't sound like it. So please vote. Yes, from me.
Yes, and if you can all please vote verbally, we're just having some issues with eScribe.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I just got eScribe up and running, but yes, verbally.
All right. Clerks, have we got all the votes in?
Yes, that was 5 yes.
Okay, and that is passed unanimously. Okay, that is dealt with. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming in this morning.
Thank you.
At least virtually. We appreciate it. And have a wonderful rest of your day. So we will now move on. And you are welcome to stay for the rest of the proceedings, or if you have other things to do, please feel free to do those as well. As we move on to item 6.1, Bridge Housing Project. And I believe administration may have a few words on that. So we will listen to administration first, and then we will move on to speakers.
Actually, Councillor, we don't have a presentation, so we can hear from the speaker, and then we can return for questions.
Perfect. Well, let's move on to the speakers. And Madam Clerk, if you wouldn't mind organizing these good folks for us.
Thank you. This speaker will be remote, so you'll see them on the Meet.
Okay. So we'll just proceed then with speaker number 1, Joshua Semchuk. Please proceed. You have 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, sorry, that's for item 6.2. We're on item 6.1.
Oh, my goodness. Sorry. Speaker Jim Gendron, you have 5 minutes, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleased to be here, and members of the committee, and other councillors as well. I feel kind of privileged here to be the only speaker today. I'm here to speak positively about the process and the motion that was posed by Councillors Katarina and Esslinger back in June 8th about community engagement. I just want to say that Colton Kiersop and his colleagues from the City of Edmonton did an excellent job, in my opinion, and as well helped us understand the full impact and scale of the potential bridge housing development. Well, I guess it isn't potential, it's bridge housing development, by bringing in Susan McGee from Homeward Trust and her colleagues as well. And she as well was very assuring. I just wanted to say that there have been some concerns from the community over the summer with regard to potential impact from a development such as this, just because of what happened around the Expo Center, and very difficult time, understandably, and the need to respond very quickly and address the issue of people who needed those kinds of supports. It was recognized by Mr. Kiersop and certainly Susan McGee that these were concerns and considerations. I think I began speaking with Mr. Kiersop, was pre-COVID, so it's like a lifetime ago, about this issue, and he was very, very good, very approachable, and very engaging. Subsequently, there was a good neighbor plan developed, and again, as part of the earlier motion, we had a chance to go back and forth on that with Mr. Kiersop and Ms. McGee, and I think they've done a very good job. And it's sort of, from my opinion, again, conditionally agreed on. We're going to see how things go. We have encouraged the organizers to connect with us once they do choose an operator, so that we can understand who they are and how the operation is going to be going specifically. And we have been told that will happen. Plus, we want to learn more as well. And Mr. Kiersop will be arranging to have a presentation for us on the complexities of homelessness. I mean, we believe that in our experience in the community, that homelessness is not homogeneous. There are a lot of reasons why people are in this unfortunate condition. Some of them due to unfortunate circumstances, others due to choice, and sometimes not exactly legal behavior. Anyway, that's been very helpful. I will also say, and this is more around the expo, the exhibition lands, the exhibition lands presentation, is that the idea of starting to use facilities within that exhibition lands area is on an ad hoc basis, which I believe this is necessary, but ad hoc is a bit of a concern. I think the continuation of implementing that exhibition lands plan will kind of need to be, be understood that what the potential is for for these ad hoc kinds of decisions. And I'll be there on November 3rd to speak to that. But in summary, I'd just like to say that the process was very good. I want to thank Councillors Katarina and Esslinger, for raising this. I think I know Councillors Henderson and Knack are particularly appreciative of public engagement and what it means. And I think City of Edmonton administrative colleagues of Mr. Kirsop could use this as maybe a bit of an example of how to do it well and how to stay engaged. Mr. Kirsop and his colleagues did an excellent job. And again, thanks to Susan McGee as well and her colleagues too. Mr. Chair, that's it for me. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
All right, thank you very much for coming out. We really appreciate it. Questions of the speaker? I see that Councillor Katarina is on the board. Councillor Nick did select it, so we'll just check in with him first. Are you happy to defer to Councillor Katarina?
For sure, no problem.
All right, thank you. Please go ahead, Councillor Katarina.
Thank you. Good morning, Jim, Mr. Gendron. Thank you for being here this morning. So you've been involved in this from the beginning, and something that you've mentioned as well too, that there's some other considerations going on with obviously the exhibition lands plan going forward, standing up the Coliseum Inn as a shelter as well, or temporary housing. So everything should be taken into context of, this is not just a jockey dormitory that we're talking about. This is in general a very small area that we have many other things going on. So has that been a consideration for your group?
Yes, good morning, Councillor Katarina. Yes, thank you for that question. Being part of a mature neighborhood that's close to downtown means there's lots going on, and there is lots going on here, and there's a number of kind of balls in the air, if you will. It's understandable. This is a great community. Parkdale Crowndale is a great community with great people. It's undergoing transition, as are all older communities. And I think it's really going to be important, and I think Mr. Kirsop has demonstrated it, really important to get the community context on all of these things that are going on, Councillor. And I think with the exhibition lands, and I'll speak to that at a later date, I think it's been done relatively well. But that said, is that there still needs to be more done in some of these instances where, particularly where implementation occurs, that we continue as a community to be engaged, because the impacts are always in the actions and often not understood, or where they come from, or what the context is. And so residents really need to be supported in helping to understand, helping to learn as things move ahead. So implementation is key, but yes, there are a number of things going on. It just isn't one-off, Councillor Katarina. They all do, as you said, have to be considered in context. I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. And, given the experience that the community had with the standing up of the Expo Center, which was necessary, obviously, but some of the ramifications or the fallout from that, I think, has probably made the community a little skittish on further developments of this. So you're satisfied with the benefits plan, the community benefits plan, that the city and the operator will address those similar concerns that were experienced during the Expo operation?
Yes, Councillor Katarina. I think, again, the way the plan is presented as written is very encouraging. One of the things that, as I mentioned, that we asked Mr. Kirsop and Susan McGee, and through her, whoever the operator may be, is to communicate with us fairly regularly at the beginning, just to make sure things are going well for them, and so we can understand it. We believe that this has got the potential to be additive to the community, and we want to really work with the operator to ensure that the residents are accepted, and that we understand that there will be needs that they have that will have to be particularly understanding of, so we want to build a relationship. I think that's where we're coming from. Now I'm speaking mostly for me, but there have been others in the room when we've had these meetings. So I think I'm not going too far out on the limb here by saying that. So that's where we're coming from, is that we want to build this community together and we want to be positive. As I say, it's great. We're in a great location in Edmonton, wonderful park space, wonderful opportunities, and it's really, in the best senses of that word, dynamic, and sometimes in the worst senses of that word, dynamic. But it's dynamic, and we're moving ahead, I guess I'd have to say. And Councillor Katarina, I want to thank you for your support and your interest in all of these initiatives, and I really appreciated your responses and availability. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gendron. I'll have some questions for administration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. And are there any other questions for our speaker? Not hearing any. Mr. Gendron, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, I see one now, sorry. Councillor McKean, please feel free.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gendron, you know, I don't have a question. I just want to thank you for coming out with your positive attitude to this, and it really makes me feel more confident in the processes we have in public engagement. So I want to thank you. I want to thank Councillor Katarina for his work on this too. My ward feels some days like it's under siege with homelessness, and so we have to find all kinds of solutions. And knowing that you took the time today to come out and express, yes, some reservations still, which is natural, but to hear that sort of positive comments from you, deeply appreciated. So thank you.
Councillor McKean, if I could comment on your comment, one of the things, and just to extend it a bit, is that Parkdale Cromdale as a community and others, communities around us, and Macaulay in particular, there's been a lot of interest and cooperation on a number of things. And the Problem Properties Initiative, which is something that's being worked on, it was led by David Aiken at the time, who did a great job. I think we're starting to build that community kind of connection and relationships. And again, I believe we're all thinking positively, but as you said, conditionally and with reservations. But I think, again, and to you too, Councillor McKean, thank you very much for paying attention to this and to us and to the interests of the community, as well as the interests of the people that are kind of embedded in it in other ways. So, yeah, thank you, sir.
Thanks, Jim.
Well, that's great. Well, thank you, Mr. Gendron, again. And I do not see anyone else popping up, but I will give a last call. Not hearing anything. Thank you once again for being so active in your community. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity. Bye now.
Bye-bye. Okay, we will now move on to questions of administration.
Mr. Chair, just to let you know who's in the room for questions or who's online, have Jackie Ford and Crystal Kajener and Brendan Pinches from Social Development, who've all worked on this file. And from other departments, we have Keltert Coomber, Senior Public Engagement Advisor from our Comms and Engagement Department, and Jennifer Little from Legal Services. All those staff did have some involvement in doing this work.
Perfect. That is really good to know. And of course, we do have some councillors in the building, and that would be Councillor Katarina, Councillor McKean, and Councillor Essinger online. And it looks like Councillor Henderson is in situ, along with, and I believe I've got this just so we're all on the same page. Let me open this up. And I think, is that it? Ben, are you all by yourself?
There's in council chambers is myself, Councillor Nicoll, and Councillor Henderson.
Oh, all three. Okay, perfect. Good to have that updated. All right, thank you very much. So now we've got Councillor Katarina on the list for questions. Please feel free, Councillor Katarina.
Thank you, and good morning, administration. Going through the community benefits points here, I certainly appreciate that. Maybe where are we on this community benefits plan? At what stage are we at? Have we spoken to everybody we need to, or this is going to be continuing work going forward? Mr. Smythe?
Councillor, I'll start off and then ask Ms. Ford to jump in. So this is the plan, the most current draft plan. As was indicated, the execution of the plan will be the key point, and the ongoing communication. So once it's stood up, the actions outlined in the plan will move forward, and it'll have to get, if there's little points where we want to tweak the plan, we'll do that and fine tune the plan. So once the operator's on board, Homeward Trust and administration will make sure that it is executed as presented in the plan. I think that's good.
Okay. And so that's ongoing. We don't have a date or a specific time when the plan will be stood up at this point. It's ongoing.
Councillor Caterina, it's Jackie Ford here. Right now we are expecting folks to start moving into this site at the end of the month. And then Homeward Trust will be the initial operator. As you can imagine, this sector is stretched to the limit at this point in time. So initially, Homeward Trust will be the operator. And once that, they will operate for some time until they have a chance to put on an RFP for a permanent, if I can use that word, operator. So once the operations are up and going, the Good Neighbor plan will be executed.
Okay, and with that, given the context that I asked Mr. Gendron about as well, too, the Expo Center and the experience there, the Coliseum Inn, and that's Homeward Trust as well, operating that, correct?
Homeward Trust is operating the Coliseum Inn through an operator. Homeward Trust is the leaseholder. I believe they have an operator in there.
Operator on that. Okay, so they have the capacity to take this project on and other projects that are coming forward as well too. I guess a little bit of concern if Homeward Trust, given that they've stepped up for a lot of this, that they actually have the capacity to do this.
Councillor, I think it's a testament to this sector, the number of organizations that have stepped up, not only on bridge housing, but permanent supportive housing, the shelter system that's being stood up. It is a stretch for a lot of them, but all of them have stepped up and are doing their level best, and in some cases over and above what we've ever expected, to be able to make sure that all these folks have housing.
Okay, going through the points here and that, there's one thing that came to mind this morning, because it is a shared responsibility between us, the community, the operators of these facilities. I don't see anything here, and I was wondering if there's a plan in place to communicate or educate the actual clients that will be using these facilities on what the expectation is on their conduct, their behavior. And this is more to do with the social disorder that we experience with the Expo Center. And if there's a plan in place to communicate what's expected of them as well in the community. The community's got expectations and they're prepared to help and provide services for the clients. But I was wondering if the clients have been spoken to about what the expectation is from them on their conduct in the neighborhoods.
Councillor Caterina, in bridge housing, it's important to note that the folks who are actually in bridge housing have made a commitment to work with the housing outreach workers to find permanent housing. So there are expectations of those clients that they will work with their housing provider, with their housing outreach worker, to look at apartments, to get all the paperwork together that they need. They have a behavioral agreement that they have to sign as well. And just a reminder, most of these folks, the stay is somewhere between 30 and 90 days before they're moved into permanent housing.
Okay, and just for context as well, too, the jockey quarters is about 36 at any particular time. That's the maximum. And the Coliseum Inn is where? What's the number there? Just so the community has an indication of the numbers that we're talking about.
Brendan or Crystal, do you have that number in your information?
Yes,
Councillor-
I believe it's 98 units at Coliseum Inn.
98 at Coliseum and 30 to 36 at the Jockey dormitory.
Yeah, the plan to opening Council Caterina has 36 rooms at the Jockey dormitory. In the past, there's been after COVID, that population might increase slightly, but slightly there is a capacity to potentially do double occupancy in some of the rooms, and that's the way it was operated for the Jockey dorms. But because of the restrictions around COVID, the plan is to open with 36 clients and go from there.
Terrific. Thank you very much. I'm out of time here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Caterina. Did you need a second round?
No, that's fine. That's fine. It looks like things are in place to move forward on it. So.
Okay, perfect. Do we have any other questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my eScribe is having some click-on issues, so I'd like to click on to speak, please. Or ask questions, please. Sounds good. I know the clerk's rebooted, and it seems to be working fine for them, so if folks want to reboot, that might be a good option. Go ahead, Councillor Nicol, I believe it is. So, Ms. Ford, behavioral agreements, please describe that to me. What does that mean? And what does that materially mean for the community?
There may be someone else on the call that might have a little bit more detail, but when someone is eligible for bridge housing, they've demonstrated a willingness to work towards having housing. So that means making sure that whatever identification, social support applications have to go in, they work collectively with the person who is helping them reach for housing.
So when we establish a partnership with, say, various shelters across town, do we have any agreements with regards to them managing their clients?
I do not believe, though there might be someone on this call that can correct me, I do not believe that there are behavioral agreements in place for shelters. This is more housing. So in order to have the bridge housing,
Jackie, I can add.
Oh yeah,
Jackie, I can add a little more detail if you'd like. But Councillor Nicol, most shelters, and certainly all the ones that we work directly with, the operators that we work directly with, which in this case is only the ECC as a funder, have very clear posted expectations for client behavior inside the facility and around the facility. That's part of the sort of terms of engagement for staying there. All the shelter operators have very clear posted guidelines for client behavior and expectations, and it's communicated to them that they may be asked to leave if they do not follow those expectations.
Can you give me some examples? Because, for example, the social disorder I'm seeing on White Ave from a certain shelter provider I'm wondering what kind of behavioral agreement they're operating under, because the business owners don't seem to see it.
So, Councillor Nicol, I'd have to give you the specifics of any specific shelters engagement. We have to take that away and get back to you. But I would say that primarily the code of conduct for individuals that agencies offer in those facilities applies to their behavior in the facilities. Once the individual leaves the facility, they no longer have a direct responsibility for them, obviously. They aren't able to control their behavior once they're outside of their doors. That being said, though, all of the agencies that we work with are very mindful of the potential impacts on the neighborhood and do take steps to try and mitigate any challenges or address any concerns that arise. And certainly, that's something that we are able to support also insofar as we have a relationship with that facility. So in the case of the Northlands Bridge Housing Project, where we're very directly involved as the ultimate owner of the asset, we're able to leverage that to support the community. And then where there's partner projects, we try to leverage our relationships with those partners, if nothing else, if we don't have any
I understand
formal
all that about leveraging the community. I'm talking about what happens when we put a shelter in an area, right, such as Commonwealth and so on, and we have social disorder issues. Who do they call, and how are they managed once they leave the facility, and whose responsibility is it? That is something I think should be very clear in terms of our line of sight, should it not?
Yes, Councillor Nicol, I completely agree. And in the case of Commonwealth, as you referenced, where the city is the owner of the asset and ultimately providing the space, we do have a direct line of accountability. So ultimately, the operator is accountable for the operation of the facility. But if they're not meeting the community's concerns, or if there's other steps that we can take to mitigate community impact, we certainly will intervene to do so. And actually, in the case of Commonwealth, I should flag, and the ECC administration is working in a very integrated cross corporate way right now to proactively plan for community impact.
This all sounds great. Can you give me a material example of what we do when we have a complaint or a concern raised by the business and or the community with regards to some of the operations of a facility? What do we do? What happens next? Just talk me through the process.
Sure. So obviously, we're still standing up the facility at the Edmonton Convention Center, but we've already started working on those processes. So there's a governance process in place where there's a leadership committee that's responsible for oversight of the operations. The city will have a seat on that committee, and then there's an operational committee that reports to that. So when concerns come in and are identified to us on the leadership operational committee, we'll discuss how those impacts can be managed in terms of the operation and steps that could be taken by the operators to better manage those. And if the concerns are external to the facility and more in the community, we have an internal working group, a task team that's been convened to be able to respond directly to those concerns in a timely way. So for example, if the community notices that garbages are filling up around and there's more trash or debris, we have Capital City Cleanup, and our folks in city operations are represented on that committee, and we would follow up directly with them to say what can we do to address those concerns.
And just to further to that, Councillor, the specifics of an issue will get triaged. So maybe the security the agency has on staff, it may be our peace officers, or it may be EPS. And that in those calls, those incidences get triaged and responded to. So we try to get a plan in place for those venues, both inside and outside. But given the nature of the clientele and the situations that we're dealing with, we've got to be nimble on our feet and be able to mobilize and move our staff around, our peace officers and or EPS and or the agency security people. So we try to be as quick in responding as we possibly can, but it's not a one-size-fits-all or a perfect solution in any regards. I mean, these individuals are, they're the population that we know, and they're all unique individuals. And the other piece too, and Locke can weigh in, their own individual rights and freedoms. They're members of our community and can, live within the law, and they can do what they do.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Nicol. We will now move on to Councillor McKee, who has a few questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first off, congratulations, Ms. Ford and your group, for the work that we just heard from Mr. Gendron has been really good in working with Councillor Katarina's office in that area around the jockey dormitory. So just want to say good work. Really appreciate that. Question, with a shelter or temporary accommodation facility being open 24/7, that in and of itself should help reduce social disorder, should it not?
Councillor, that's certainly our expectation. Again, these individuals who are staying there can have the freedom to go where they go during the day, but with the services being provided in especially the convention center and the other centers being open 24/7, individuals will not be having to leave early in the morning and only able to come back at nighttime. So I mean, that's the scenario that we're planning for the duration of the winter.
Yeah, because I think one of the fundamental issues with our biggest shelter historically has been that Hope Mission has evicted people early morning, and then they're out into Chinatown and downtown and elsewhere with nothing to do, and that idle hands or something, as the old saying goes. Please, is there a status update we can talk about publicly on Commonwealth Stadium? Because I don't know where we're at on that possibility.
It's more than a possibility, Councillor. The services that Hope we're providing at Central Lions have moved over to Commonwealth Stadium. We've activated one of the pods in the stadium. So I believe there's just over 100 individuals that are staying there. Initially, it's exactly like it was at Central Lions, which was just an overnight shelter, but we're negotiating and working towards that being open like all day and all night as well. So it's only been open for I think just a few days now, but initial reports is that it's working as well as we can expect. Certainly, the flags that have been raised by various councillors about impact on community is very much front of mind. So we really want to make sure that Hope Mission, who's the operator, can get a plan in place so that the impact on community is absolutely minimized, or there's no impact on community at all.
I can't tell you how dismayed I am to hear that this comes to me as a surprise, that an operator who has not operated in the manner that reduces social disorder has been moved into a facility in the ward I represent and the people I represent with no consultation, no meeting about this. I am absolutely blown away, Mr. Smythe, that this would happen on my watch without some heads up and some meeting with me about this. I'm really, really frustrated with you and your staff on this. I don't know what else to say. Like that to me, well, I'll stop there. But I think we have to have a meeting, and we have to have a meeting very soon on this.
Apologies, Councillor. We'll set that up right away.
All right. Is that everything, Councillor McKean?
I have nothing else for now.
Okay. Thank you. I will now ask if there are any other questions.
If not, I'll move the report and just speak to it real quick.
Yeah, please. But before you do, I should ask if anyone else would like to speak to this before you close. Not hearing any. Please go ahead, Councillor Nicol.
I have great empathy for Councillor McKean's last comments, because here I'm sitting next to Councillor in Act 2, who's also been surprised. I have been surprised with some of the things that have gone on. This is, again, I will be frank with the administration. This is trying to get you out of trouble, not into trouble. This is how I always try to make these statements. There is a mechanical problem that we have with our shelters. It is not just all the city's responsibility here with regards to dealing with this issue. And there is as I face it in my own ward on White Ave with the businesses, there are some very, very, very bad stories, very, very bad stories that need to be dealt with. And when I reached out to the particular shelter in question to mechanically deal with these issues, the shelter never got back to me, never replied back. And so there is on that side. So I have some very frustrated businesses. I have a community now asking lots of questions with regards to what's going on and how it's going on. The big risk that I'm pointing out here today is if we don't do this right, and I'll say it again, do it right, we are going to undermine our credibility to do it again in other places. And this is why I asked the question about when something happens, right? Who do we go to? What is the process? Define the actual outcome that's going to happen. For example, I'll give you a prime example. We have some social disorder on White Ave. We have people. Well, I won't describe this the situation these business owners are going through. But for example, there is no hotline for them to call EPS. For example, when it's happening right in front of their store, and there should be. That's a simple mechanical answer to that, and these sorts of things can be handled if we build the model correctly. And I've always taken this approach. I treat them as clients. I treat them as individual people, as respected people. And I've made it very clear in my ward to those business owners and everyone in the community, they have freedoms too. They have the right to be on the street. They have the right to public space in a limited capacity, of course. I'm not encouraging them to camp out, for example, in front of their businesses and so on. That is not permissible. But they do have freedoms too, but they also, there is accountability on either side. When these individuals, for example, in the business community, can't conduct their business because of social disorder, then we have a big problem. And that problem is manageable, but I'm going to step up and I'm going to really press the question on what the shelters are doing. Just because they move them out of the building at 6 a.m. and wash their hands, I get the feeling they're washing their hands of it. It's not our problem anymore. And sometimes I feel that way. And maybe it's incorrect. I would like to be proven wrong, right? But the communication, as I think you're going to hear from some councillors down the pipe, is problematic. And I don't put this all at your feet because I've asked the question. I've asked for specific things that they need, and I've offered help for that particular shelter and to aid in managing their clients so we don't have the social disorder issues. And so I think there is going to be a real challenge for administration because it's not all up to you. It's up to us here as well. I take accountability for what's going on in my portion of White Ave. I take it very, very seriously. And so going forward, now as we kind of get this all jammed in here, I think it would be important for the shelters to come talk to us. Come talk to council so we can ask these mechanical questions. What do you need? What are you doing? What are your roadblocks? In a public fashion so we can build some public consensus around the handling of these sites. And it's not that we don't want it. Ward 11, I'll tell you, is very welcoming, very accepting. But they just need some communication. They just need some assurances that there's a plan in place and they have some place to go to when they have a problem. Should it run all through my office? Well, they can, but should it be? No, we need to systematize this much, much better and move things faster because this is about this vulnerable community and the crisis before us. So it's a plead, right? It's a plead for to take things down to a more mechanical level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nicol. And that is it. So this is receipt for information. The clerks have informed me that they would like to try eScribe. So if we could please vote and look for that voting screen to pop up.
I'm going to have to be a yes. My computer's booting up.
Okay.
We're missing 3 votes. Oh, sorry, just Councillor Zadek's now.
Well, I was waiting for it to pop up on the eScribe, but in lieu of that, it's a yes.
And Councillor Zadek, you may need to refresh as we also had to restart our system.
Understood.
That's all the votes.
All right, please display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. Okay. Moving on now to item 6.2. And it looks like, again, we don't really have a presentation from administration, but I'll just double check.
Councillor, just a few opening comments.
Absolutely. Okay, feel free.
I'll jump in now then. So as directed by council motion made in the spring of last year, to identify other potential funding source options for continuing support of Jasper Place and Alberta Avenue revitalization in 2021-2022 to complete the 19 to 22 service package. So this is in response to a motion that was made. So we did our homework and determined that there are 2 potential funding options. and neither of them are very, very strong. But one is to reallocate revitalization operating dollars from basically the revitalization envelope, basically to reallocate some funds from other revitalization areas to Jasper Place and Alberta Ave. Second option we looked at is to carry forward 2020 funding for Alberta Ave and Jasper Place that can't be spent this year due to COVID-19 impacts. When our staff met with representatives from each of the revitalization areas during the preparation of this report, while it's understood that revitalization funding is an advantage to communities, the first option of reducing funding to more recent areas to extending funding to these two, which have been in place since 2006 and 2008 respectively, was really, I mean, it's pretty evident, was not supported by community. The second option of carrying over unspent funds from 2020 and spreading those dollars over 2021 and 2022 is really not a preferred option of our Finance and Corporate Services Department, really due to our city's financial challenges resulting from the pandemic. We certainly recognize that in this fiscal environment, both options have disadvantages. There's no simple or easy option to provide funding to these two revitalization areas for the next 2 years. So I'll stop there, and committee can hear from the speakers, then we'll return for questions.
All right, thank you for that, Mr. Smythe. Okay, so I'm going to read out the names of the speakers, and if you can identify yourself so that we know you are present, that would be very helpful. And we will begin with Joshua Semchuk.
They've indicated that they're here in person.
Okay. Murray Soroka.
Mr. Soroka has withdrawn their request to speak.
Okay. Jesus Gonzalez. Jesus Gonzalez. If you're there, just...
I think they were just muted, Mr. Chair. I believe they were trying to speak.
Okay, yeah. Press that unmute button. It's a little red button on your screen if you got it. But if he is here, we will move on to Amanda Nielsen. Amanda Nielsen. And if you have to unmute yourself, just press the button on the screen. It's a red button. It has a little microphone on it. Okay. Let's move on to Christy Morin.
Here in person.
Okay, thank you. And Jessica Vandenberg, in person as well?
I am here remotely.
Remotely. Okay. Glennis Lieb.
I'm here remotely.
Okay. Good morning, Doctor. Randy Ritz. Randy Ritz.
They did not check in at the start of the meeting.
Okay. Todd James.
Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning. And Dan Eckel.
Here in person as well.
All right. Good morning. Okay, so let's, I'm just going to check in really quickly. Amanda Nielsen, we had you remote.
They didn't check in at the start either.
Okay. And I think that's it. Okay, so because we have so many speakers, I will just mention that we will hear from you in a panel, and then councillors will ask questions of you. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer. However, those attendees participating virtually may wish to use a timer at home. When the speaker is finished, please state your seat or on the line, as committee may wish to ask you questions. And for those participating virtually, please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during the meeting. Additionally, remember to mute your microphone when you are not presenting or answering questions. We will now begin with Joshua Semchuk.
Thank you, Chair Paquette. I am Joshua Semchuk, the Interim Executive Director of the Alberta Avenue Business Association. With me, presenting with their own voices, are other representatives from our board and our community. Alberta Avenue holds some of the richest history in our city, and to bring back that vibrancy, we have been engaged in targeted revitalization for our community since 2006, starting with the Avenue Initiative Revitalization Strategy and then with the City of Edmonton's Streetscape Project of the Avenue in 2008. There are many new building facades as a result of the city's facade improvement program that have helped us realize the vision of the initial initiative. We have used the Building Together program to connect businesses with effective crime prevention measures and increase public safety. We actively clean up graffiti and other nuisances, and we have redoubled our efforts on business attraction and retention. From this careful and deliberate tending of our community, we are seeing more and more green shoots, new development, new businesses set up in our community, from smoked meat to green onion cakes, and of course, a thriving arts and cultural experience throughout on the Avenue. We recently celebrated the announcement of interest from private developers to re-energize more properties, and we partnered with Boyle Street in a paid work program that has extra helping to clean up our neighborhood while helping the underemployed and unemployed earn a small paycheck. Together, the community, the businesses, and the city, from current councillors Katarina and Walters to former staff like Judy Allen, believed in our mission, and we have made great strides in redefining the Alberta Avenue area and making it a positive contributor to our overall quality of life. We have much to celebrate, but the job isn't done yet. We have made great strides forward, but there is still unfinished business. Part of this unfinished business includes the completion, the months of work begun and left undone of the 2018 Council-directed and approved Revite 2.0 plan by City Administration for the BIA. We are committed, our members and our community, to working with the City to finalize it, but we need your commitment and your direction to administration to get it done before the end of summer 21. While we have been successful in our first phase of Revite, we need expertise and the city's help to continue reimagining our future, laying out the framework for the next stages of our area's redevelopment and growth, which will in turn change vacant storefronts into thriving merchants, enticing more Edmontonians to shop the Avenue and increasing the amount collected by the city in property and business taxes. To leave it unfinished would be a significantly missed opportunity for all of us. As Revite 2.0 is being completed for the Avenue, there are opportunities for partnership and mentorship ABBA can bring to the table to help other communities as they move into the revitalization process in their own 1.0 work. We have learned a great deal over the past 14 years, what to do, what not to do, and who and how to engage businesses, citizens, and we are willing to share that local expertise, knowledge, experience, and our resources with others, but in a way supporting our ongoing functionality as well. We recognize the budget crunch the city faces, as well as the ongoing need to support community revitalization. We propose, on a fee-for-service basis, ABBA and its members be consultant support to other BIAs, freeing up city staff for other projects while providing some funding for our ongoing work in Alberta Avenue and assisting other BIAs grow. And this fee-for-service model would provide the ABBA with needed funds to continue our work as well. We see this as a win all around, and we are excited to explore the potential with the city to frame this relationship more specifically. Alberta Avenue, through years of dedicated effort, has become a yes community, and we can help others move from no to maybe to yes. This is a great opportunity for community building, placemaking, and community development led by the city citizens and business owners for the communities where they live and work. We believe in 118. And we know many others do too. Councillors, we hope you will show you too believe in 118 and agree to move forward together for continued success. In summary, we ask you, support the moving money forward into 2021 so that we can complete the 18 months of work started on Revite 2.0 for the Avenue with expert input and administrative support. Support entering into a fee-for-service arrangement with ABBA as the fiduciary agent for our experts on the Avenue to support Revite 1.0 and other communities across Edmonton to help them kickstart their work successfully based. With the money earned from this work, the Avenue can continue to invest in community and support the efforts that will be identified in Revite 2.0. We believe this growing together and allowing us to help lead the revitalization learning curve will build our local knowledge base over time as we move through the phases of revitalization. As a yes community, we have always believed in being partners and being open to new ideas in our backyard. Now is not the time to roll back a decade of work, but rather amplify it for the broader good across communities that we can help support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jesus Gonzalez, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Okay.
And
just want to make sure I can be heard correctly.
we can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. So thank you for giving me the time to speak on behalf of my business. My business, Paraiso Tropical Ltd. Latin Food Market has been on Alberta Avenue since 1994, since I was a little kid. I have now been in business for the past 12 years, and the success on the avenue gave me the opportunity to open another location in South Edmonton 6 years ago. My family chose 118th Avenue because it was financially accessible to do so, as it has been for many entrepreneurs looking to set up their small businesses. Fortunately, with our success over the years, we have been able to relocate on the same avenue, expand, and purchase our own property. I am extremely grateful to our community members to help with our continued growth on the avenue. The Alberta Avenue Business Association has given us access to resources to help grow our business and advocating on our behalf for many projects over the years. The large-scale arts festivals has given us a recognition unimaginable to the broader city of Edmonton population who otherwise would not have known we exist. A city investment in the avenue through annual cleanings, beautification, graffiti cleanup, and facade improvement helped with giving our business the necessary facelift we needed to attract new customers and to help fuel our growth. But unfortunately, I fear that all this hard work and investment has put the avenue may go to waste, since we still do face many challenges that require long-term focus. My business is at a crossroads of determining what is our next room for growth. Fortunately, we have been able to continue our growth, but we are in need of a new location, and we are determining what to decide for this new location. We have invested a lot in this community and wish to stay here, but I'm also concerned that the city of Edmonton has shifted its focus to other neighborhoods. Many challenges still exist on the avenue, such as petty crimes, vandalism, empty lots, and vacant properties. All of this has been augmented by COVID, and I worry that a focus on low-income or bridge housing being analyzed without the necessary supports that we need from the city of Edmonton can prevent this community from being as successful as it can be. The city of Edmonton needs to fight to keep existing long-standing businesses like myself on the avenue or risk losing all the hard work we have put on the avenue. My call to action is to provide us with the necessary resources, investments to increase pedestrian traffic, safety, so that businesses such as myself can continue to look at this community as a place for growth and reinvest in this community as many other businesses like myself continue and wish to do and not look elsewhere. My decision here to stay here for many years stems from my attachment as a little kid, and I really hope that I can see it grow other successful communities as 124th Street and White Avenue. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. And we will now move on to Christy Morin.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning,
5 minutes.
Mayor. Okay.
As you know, please go ahead.
Thanks, Councillor. Good morning to all the councillors and to our mayor. It's a privilege to be here. And first of all, I want to say a huge thank you for the support that each of you have given over the past 10 to 12 years on Alberta Avenue and Jasper Place. We could never do this as community by ourselves. Our community is a broken community, a community that isn't like any other and is very unique and special and has gifts and talents, but also has huge vulnerabilities and issues. The Alberta Avenue District is a place that is a landing pad for a lot of newcomers. It's also a gathering place for people that are coming from the Indigenous Métis communities outside of Edmonton, and they come and find home in our neighborhood. As well, it's home for artists and has a great opportunity for business. We have been working tirelessly with the amount of money that you've given us, and we are grateful for the money that you've given us, which is, I think, around $180,000, which isn't a lot, but it is definitely enough to be able to set us into a place in motion to continue building and growing with that exponentially. As The streetscape is not completed yet. There's still another portion of the streetscape that is supposed to be deemed to be completed from 75th Street to 82. Hasn't been completed yet, the capital. As well as the programming pieces are really essential, especially when I'm hearing that the stadium may be open, that we're continuing with the expo lands, and we are in a place of vulnerabilities. We are dealing this summer with issues that I haven't seen for 15 to 20 years. My husband and I have lived there for 27 years in the neighborhood, thinking we were going to sell our house and move back to the south side where I grew up, and then we've stayed here because it gets sort of into your blood of the fantastic urban core community that we have with all the little businesses and the growth that's been happening in the arts district. It's all really exciting. But the burden that has happened this past summer and into the spring is unbelievable. We are dealing with truly an epidemic of crime, whether it's petty crime, violent crimes, we've had murders, we've had a lot going on. So our real need is to continue pushing. If we start letting up on the gas, we'll be in the middle of the bridge, and the city administration keeps saying, well, you guys need to figure out your exit strategy. Well, exit to where? And the last year and a half, we were supposed to be working on a plan, a roadmap. That hasn't been completed. So we need the city support to engage and continue pushing with us. You know, we're here, we're not stopping, and I think the beauty about this community development is that it's community. It's not people from outside coming in. Once we've got the roadmap of 1.0, we're like, hey, we're in. Can we figure out 2.0? So pieces that are really like-minded, I guess, across both Jasper Place and us is that it's commerce, it's a business sector, you have community groups, and it's also a place of celebration. The connectivity is really important and has really been magnified to me during the pandemic. A lot of neighbors in our neighborhood do not have internet. They do not have the ability to be able to pop online and get their schooling, or they have to go down to their libraries. When everything was closed and community leagues were closed, we began a food services component and brought in 20 dozen loaves of bread into the neighborhood. We've now created, just last week, we have a food hub that we just created because transportation is super important. We have now created another initiative called Families Helping Families. So those families and the schools have been identified in need are being matched with greater Edmonton families that are going grocery shopping for them twice a month, up to $75, so they can be matched. So we take out the middleman and they actually are helping each other. So we are really wanting to find ways to do life differently and help each other, but we're not there on our own. The revitalization has given us glue to connect all the departments. Like, I keep thinking maybe we need to do a rezoning of sorts. Maybe there's needs to be some other considerations when we're looking at certain areas, when we're looking at a creative district that there is in Portland and in Vancouver. How do we twin? How do we grow? And right now during this pandemic, it's just become super clear that the support from city is really essential. We are working with developers. When everyone says, what's sustainability? Sustainability is seeing new developments on the avenue. Sustainability is seeing other people come in and say, we're here to help. Sustainability is us being able to stand up and actually help other communities. Right now, we're helping each other as neighbors, and we're willing to share what we've learned. We're willing to share our knowledge and not be just keepers for ourselves, but to be able to share across the board. And I think that's one thing that revitalization hasn't really keyed into, is not to create silos, but to be able to be givers with open hands that go across the boundaries to the west, to the east, to the south. And I think that's really important, and we're committed to do that.
Okay. Thank you. Christy Morin. We will now move on to Jessica Vandenberg. You have 5 minutes, and I will help time you if you don't have a timer yourself. But the floor is yours. Please continue.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to come speak with council this morning. I hope you can hear me all right. If not, please indicate so. So my name is Jessica Vandenberg. I am born of the Dene tribes, and I'm joining you this morning from Treaty 6 territory, from a land that holds the hearts and footsteps of many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. I grew up in rural Alberta and have been a community member of Edmonton since 1996. And I've sat on numerous boards and committees and have volunteered through school boards, festivals, youth outreach, and STEM career talks. I hold 2 engineering degrees from the University of Alberta and come with 20 years of experience in construction, oil sands, regulatory consulting, and now academic worlds. And I am a visionary that is very passionate about equity, diversity, inclusion, truth and reconciliation, and I work towards building strong and vibrant communities. Today, I come before you as the Assistant Dean of Outreach for the Faculty of Engineering at the University of Alberta. We are in the development stages of a long-term vision and project tentatively titled as Engineering with Decency. The intent of this vision is to build 2 long-term relationships with communities in which U of A students, professors, and alumni can positively contribute. The 2 communities are Fort Chip in the north and Alberta Avenue, consisting of the 9 communities as defined by the city. We are in the concept development stage of this, and it has been underway for the past few years. And we're in the relationship building phase and small project completion phase in order for us to test out our metrics, partnerships, and expectations. We have a vision of a student immersion experience that will complement the academic course load by providing opportunity to develop consultation skills, engagement skills, exposure to a variety of social need, income level, and ethnic backgrounds in order to contribute meaningfully to social capital. To help understand the ethical and public interest need that is part of an engineer's legal obligation, and we want to make part of a student experience. We have built relationships through the Alberta Avenue Community League with Arts on the Avenue, with the Arts Common Project. We have partnered with McEwen and Nate, as well as social not-for-profits such as YAG Garden Suites and the Social Innovation Lab. We have been working with the community members of Alberta Avenue on meaningful neighborhood projects and have started to involve our students, alumni, and professors with their specific research projects. And we think it would be of great benefit if the city would continue to stay and be present in that area through their current commitment of the neighborhood revitalization. The need is great in this area, and we're committed to be an active partner within the neighborhood, and together with the city and with the other partners here at the table today and many more who aren't represented today, we can contribute and continue to contribute to make Alberta Avenue a strong and vibrant community, but we need partnership from the city. This is a vital and crucial part of it. So thank you for giving me the time today. That is all for now.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate that. And we will now move on to Dr. Glenda Sleep.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. I appreciate it. And thanks to everybody who's spoken before me. And I think that, I've spoken to this before, and I just want to reiterate the importance of recognizing that we are on the cusp of something very good in this neighborhood. And as Christy said, we are a unique neighborhood. There's lots that we're trying to do here. There's been community connectedness like nowhere else I've ever lived, and I've lived numerous places, and devotion to this neighborhood. But we're no more unique or special than any of the other neighborhoods you're considering. And I think that's important to recognize too. We need to recognize that every community has its uniquenesses and its strengths. Every community needs its supports. And the fact that that we've been receiving support for some time and new communities are in need of support doesn't mean we no longer require that support. I believe, along with everybody else who's spoken here today, that given another year or two, we could do amazing things. Associate Dean Vandenberg has talked about some of the really amazing stuff that's happening. We're also involved with other projects for development. And the pandemic that we've experienced, I think it's set us all back, but it's set our community members back. Every single one of us, myself included, no matter how much privilege and supports we have experienced our struggles during this pandemic, and our community is no different. And I think that, being considerate of the fact that we were planning for a revitalization 2.0. We were planning for moving forward. We had no intention of remaining stagnant and receiving these same dollars to do the same thing for years on years, and that too. But what's happened in the last year has been unprecedented, and it's shed a new light on needs in our community and other ones. And I believe that we have to be prudent with the city budget for sure. But I think there are other ways to do it. Extending the funding is our best option right now. But I also think that looking at things a bit differently, and to pick up on what some of the earlier speakers had talked about, the fact that we have had this experience for a decade and a half or more, the fact that we can share our knowledge with other communities who are moving into this revitalization stage. We've been recognized across Canada and in other countries for the work that's being done in Alberta Avenue. I think we're a leader in this, and we can't do it without the city. We can't do it without really innovative partnerships like Associate Dean Vanderberg's project and others. But we have done a lot of really innovative things that we can then share our experiences with other communities. And I think that moving forward, looking at how funding works, we should be looking at, what resources exist within the city to support all the communities that need support, and help those communities share that pot and work together and share each other's knowledge and resources and promote each other's activities. And that rather than having it be an either or, and thus essentially pitting communities against each other, or dropping communities when they're on the cusp of something to pick up new communities, to hold on to them for as long as you can, and then perhaps have to drop them before they're at a place where it's safe for them to be, to fly on their own as well. And so I do agree with the option of moving the money forward into the next couple of years, into extending this for 2 years to allow us to be further into and have completed some of the many projects that we're working on, to prioritizing the bridge building between the communities that are receiving revitalization funds and the knowledge sharing and the supports. And I think that doing that will alleviate a load from the city to down the line, and help increase self-sufficiency. When communities have connections between them and can support and share knowledge and share learnings from things that they've done that have worked and that haven't worked, and can share volunteers, and that alleviates some of the strain on communities, and thus alleviates some of the strain on the city requests for funding and so forth. So I'm advocating for us to extend this funding, for us to work with the city to have guided support to work through the next phase, and to really focus on relationship building with the communities, the other communities who have been identified, and that so they can get started in a healthy way with good foundation supports behind them as well. So thank you for the time. I appreciate it, Councillor.
Well, thank you, and that fresh air looks fantastic. All right, well, thank you, and now we will move on to Todd Janes. You have your 5 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Over 2 years ago, I attended a Community and Public Services Committee where the issue of ending revitalization for the communities of Jasper Place and Alberta Avenue occurred. There was strong representation from Alberta Avenue at the time. Today I'm here again. It's like Groundhog Day, and I'm addressing the same issue once again. And this time I'm speaking on behalf of the Stony Plain Road Business Association as their executive director, and a person who's worked over the past year with the 4 neighborhoods that intersect Stony Plain Road. I feel really privileged to be able to work with these community leads, agencies, and residents who are committed to our collective community. Residents in the West End face significant disparities in income and opportunities to raise their communities up. Revitalization, in my experience, is a movement that can offer significant resources to neighborhoods to become more resilient. While the Stony Plain Road Business Association has created, in partnership with Revitalization, numerous projects that build our community, I feel that this program has also stumbled in our community. I come to you as a citizen of Edmonton who has worked at international and small community levels and has spent the past 8 years as the volunteer chair of my Revitalization Steering Committee in Macaulay. Edmonton prides itself in our networks of communities and activations and associations. After 2 years of work in Jasper Place, there is still not an effective exit strategy for community, and especially in this year of COVID. I feel that if we were to identify flaws in the revitalization program, it would rest in the leadership of this program within neighborhoods. When the City of Edmonton, through its programs, goes into communities and works with those communities to develop goals and outcomes, they ostensibly create a covenant with that community. In many ways, a treaty that builds a sense of trust, of hope to core communities. I believe that for some of our neighborhoods, we need more, but I also think revitalization is not the method that should be there to support Jasper Place communities. Decisions were made and options were presented. At the beginning, Mr. Smythe said none of those options are actually accessible or acceptable. I think there's a failure there, because if none of those options were acceptable, why did they not explore other options? There is a failure to our communities where a covenant was created. We still do not have an exit strategy after 2 years, and we're back in exactly the same situation where we were. I feel that the people and the citizens in Jasper Place that I've worked with, most of them aren't here today because they just feel it's a fait accompli. So what I would like to suggest, because if the writing is on the wall and we may get some money pulled over the next 2 years, but probably not, let's look at some other options, because I believe very strongly that core communities need and require more from the leadership of our city. I realize that in these economic times and outside of a new budget cycle, this might not be the best time to talk about these issues, and there's little or small amounts that council can do. But I do implore this committee and the whole of council to remember this, and to plan to fully review the revitalization program for all of Edmonton within the next year. And I would ask that this review be conducted by an external agency with significant input and activation by citizens who have been involved within revitalization. I do not believe that this review should be handled by the current leadership. It needs to be citizen-run, citizen-led, and supported by an independent agency. Finally, all core communities who are about to exit revitalization initiatives need something more than abundant communities, which appear to work better in more affluent communities that do not experience the same levels of poverty, racism, and other intersectional obstacles. If we have learned much through revitalization, it is that it needs to be citizen-led, with supports from city liaisons that help people navigate the systems of City Hall administration and provide some financial resources to address larger issues in a more coordinated and holistic approach.
All right.
I'm not really sure what that is right now, but I would hope that council will walk with these communities to discover how to build better, stronger, more resilient communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. James. And our last speaker for this panel is Dan Eckel. You have 5 minutes, and start whenever you are ready.
Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Dan Eckel. I'm a resident and business owner in Central McDougall for 16 years. I've been on the Community League board and the past 8 years as vice president. I also sat on the steering committee and the implementation committee for the revitalization of Central McDougall Community Park. I was also involved in reestablishing the business association in our community, which had collapsed many years ago. Yesterday or last week, I requested some information from our revitalization, which is a list of projects that have been conducted in our community and the amount of funding that has been allocated to our community, which was they were unable to provide it or unwilling to provide that information. It's public funds, and I think we should have the right to know what that is. We haven't even been told how much money we have per year to budget for projects, to things like that. So my understanding from reading in the report here and so on is around $180,000. I'd like to know if that's correct. It's funny how we have these allocations of monies, and then when in my understanding in our community, we haven't spent all that money every year, whatever that amount is. Why is it not rolled over into the following year, so that and so there's some consistency of planning on an ability to put projects together back to back to back to actually achieve something. Revitalizations are important, and I feel for the two communities that are looking to extend. It is an important part, but you know, you shouldn't be stealing or trying to take money from the poorest communities and from other poor communities and to fund them. So you can't be taken from Peter to pay Paul, and Central McDougall is the poorest community in in Edmonton. Yet we are taxed. We contribute over $1 billion in taxes to the city of Edmonton. That's the 7th highest tax community out of 262 communities in Edmonton. We're tied with Macaulay for the highest crime rate in Edmonton. We go back and forth. Revitalization. We should be reviewing how revitalizations are done in the community. They should be community driven. This top-down process of secrecy and not knowing what's going on with funding and so on is got to stop. We have to change. We have to do things that the communities need, and work towards that. And one of the things that we've found is demographics. Changing the demographics of a community is the key to successfully revitalizing a community. We have been arguing right from conception that the city doesn't have an exit plan, and I'm hearing the same thing over and over again throughout the different presentations today. Exit plan doesn't mean an end date. It means setting goals and milestones that achieve revitalization. This nonsense or idea that you can just say, well, in 10 years or 5 years or 20 years you're going to end it is crazy. You set goals, like, for example, reversing the trends of crime to maybe so that it's lowered by a certain percentage and heading down and showing a consistent drop in crime rate, for example, is one goal. And once you've achieved that goal, maybe you can say you were successful. But until that happens, how can you say you're successful? In ending, I just wanted to say that in the capital funding, Alberta Avenue has received over $49 million. Jasper Place has received $39 million, and $40 million, $46 million. Central McDougall Queen Mary Park received $11.3 million. And that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eckel. And that brings a conclusion to our speakers for today, which means that it is time for councillors to ask questions. And we do have councillors on deck, but as a matter of courtesy, I will check in with Councillor Nicol, who selected this item.
Yeah, I can pass. Yeah.
Okay. And Councillor Katarina.
Councillor Knack is on committee.
It's fine.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Sure, thanks. Thanks, Councillor Katarina. And So I'll focus my questions on Mr. Janes right now, because noting that Councillor Caterina will probably ask all of our Alberta representatives questions. So, Mr. Janes, thank you for those comments, and they're not always easy to hear when there's critiques of what's been going on. But I actually share a lot of your perspective on the Jasper Place front, which is that we're still not where we need to be, and it doesn't feel like, at least in the Jasper Place example, that simply putting more dollars into the same thing is the right version of solutions. And that doesn't mean we shouldn't be talking about funding. In fact, you and I had a meeting with folks last week around funding that we might need to look at to help address other challenges. So, and I know in your response, you said you're not exactly sure what it looks like yet, but I'm wondering, maybe the question I have for you is, although we don't know what it looks like yet, do you have any thoughts around what the process needs to look like so we can answer that question? Because I'm not sure we've been able to get there through the existing process. So I'm wondering, is it you and I and the community league presidents of not just the four, but the community leagues that are further east, coming together with someone from, someone like Mr. Chase, who supports the business improvement areas, someone from the city citizen services area, to come up with a different plan, a different strategy going forward? So I'm just curious and see if you can help me with that, if you have any thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. I think it was Dr. Lee who talked a little bit about silos. And I think part of the issue is that revitalization has done some strong work. Now when they enter Belvedere and Baldwin and Inglewood, they have a different strategy, they have a different approach, and I commend them for that. However, in the communities, and I would say Alberta Avenue, Macaulay, West Jasper Place, Queen Mary Park, Central McDougall, are more core communities that suffer a lot of different things. And, revitalization used to be tied with renewals. So, yay, you got new sidewalks, and yay, you got new streetlights, and that was to make you feel safer. But the core of revitalization is really about connecting with individuals and building resilient communities. The problem with all of our core communities, if I were to slap them with a big brush in a nonviolent way, would be that we're constantly in transition. Jasper Place, for example, is a very affordable place to set up a business. Call me if you're interested. But also a lot of new residents move here. We have a significant number of people from the Philippines, a number of First Nation, and there's a lot of affordable housing. However, what it does is that sometimes erodes that sense of community. And I think the old system of operating within community leagues doesn't really work either. So I think, I speak of it a bit from Stony Plain Road as a BIA and community development that involves everyone. It involves agencies, it involves individuals, it involves businesses. And that's one of the core components of revitalization that I love. And I want every neighborhood in the city to experience some of the joys that can come from revitalization. I think what it needs to be threaded throughout everything that the city does. The revitalization as an empowerment for citizens and for citizen-led, citizen-driven activities with the support of people who know how to navigate the system. Maybe it's better CRCs, but during the pandemic, your ward, Ward 1, had one CRC for the entire population. And we also, those types of resources, when they're depleted from communities that are in need, and all communities I recognize have some need, but the layering of multiple issues and multiple obstacles on an ongoing basis is incredibly disempowering for communities. And, you know, I'm new to the West End, and I'm extremely gobsmacked by how much work and how much compassion the citizens have in our neighborhoods. And they just need that extra help. But revitalization, it hasn't worked. It isn't the model that works for our community anymore. So I think there needs to be exploration. I think there needs to be a full examination of neighborhoods and that whole area, because maybe those resources need to be deployed differently. Maybe they need to be located within communities rather than, you know, Edmonton Tower. Maybe Mr. Cates might be upset by that, but I think if there were employees or community activators situated within our communities, there might be a greater opportunity to address needs of language, of access.
I'm out of time, but thank you very much. I might come around for a second round to chat a little bit more, but we'll see what other questions get asked. Thank you, Mr. James. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. We did have Councillor Katarina ahead, but I see Councillor Esslinger now is next on the list.
Councillor Katarina, just because of we put in Councillor Knack, so let him go first.
Oh. So please proceed, Councillor Katarina.
Thank you, Councillor Esslinger, and I know Councillor Knack might have some other questions for administration. But first of all, thanks for the presentations from Alberta Avenue, Christy, Joshua, and others. Extremely helpful. And but I want to explore the idea of shared expertise and possible fee-for-service plan that you mentioned this morning. And I'm intrigued by that because that sounds like an option that we haven't looked at. And knowing the history behind Alberta Avenue, the expertise level is outstanding. Going back to 2004, when we had to stand up the BIA because it had crumbled, and then the start of revitalization in 2006. So you've built basically a huge asset base of expertise and volunteerism and longevity with the number of people that have been working in the community all these years. And now you're offered to help other communities like Baldwin Belvedere starting their revitalization. So if Joshua or Christy, you could expand on that a little bit for me.
Thanks, Councillor. So yes, we chatted about it as a steering committee and district council, saying what do we have to offer? Because we don't want to look like we're just takers. What do we have to offer? And when we talked about it, the expertise that was sitting around the table was fantastic, as you mentioned. I mean, we have builders in that group that have been there for several years. And, you know, we were just talking about, you know, what's the turnover in the community for residents, and it's very high. So to have a group of leaders that have stuck with it for as long as we have is quite commendable, I would say. And so when we sat there and talked about it, we said, you know, we could probably go into these other communities that are just starting and be able to come up with ways to do things and listen to them and be able to share our failures, to be able to share our successes, and spend, you know, maybe it would be quarterly that we would do it. And again, it's trying to take down those barriers between neighborhoods, because I think Todd is right. When you look at, you know, how things have been built, I think there's a lot of things that need to be deconstructed. And I think this is somehow, Councillor Katarina, a way that we could be able to help and support each other. And of course, if you look at value, dollars and cents, there's a lot of value around the table if we were to do consulting and working with the neighborhoods across Edmonton.
Yeah, and Christy, with that, or Joshua, have you run this proposal or idea through administration at this point? Because obviously the report comes back without that type of suggestion and maybe some others, that there's two options and neither one are ideal, neither one are acceptable by the communities. So have you run this by? And I will be asking administration on what they think of possibly discussing this with your group.
No, we haven't. I mean, we've been given really short notice in the past, like a Friday afternoon email of please get your act together on for Sunday morning at noon and send us all your concepts. So we haven't worked that through. It's really difficult with a volunteer steering committee because everyone has regular jobs and then this is what they do on the side and are passionate about it, Councillor. So to answer your question, no, we have not created a package. We have definitely talked about it internally amongst our team members, but I think it really is unfair to be asking community with such short time frames of a Friday afternoon to a Sunday at noon to provide that type of information in detail.
Okay, so this would be a new suggestion, and I think there's one other one that Councillor Mack might delve into in that. But the expertise, and given that I'm very familiar with Alberta Avenue, and one example could be the facade program. For all BIAs, and virtually year after year, Alberta Avenue was the one basically using all the funds, and how successful that program was. And would that be something you could share with other communities that are starting on this journey on how to access those funds, programming, all those sorts of things that you've already gone through and been very successful with?
Hello, Councillor. Thank you for your leadership with the BIA over the years. We're successful in part because of where you have helped us. And you're absolutely correct. The facade program is an example of where we could be supportive with other people.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Joshua. I'm out of time. I might have to come back around.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. Councillor Essinger.
Thank you, and thank you to all the speakers. And I appreciate your support for the work in the communities. I do have a few specific questions. I'm going to start with Christy. Because you talk about, on one hand, your expertise and what's been accomplished, yet on the other hand, you're looking at we can't stop funding. Don't let, I think, go of the gas. You still need help. What do you need help doing?
Thanks, Councillor, and thanks for your support as well as with Councillor Katarina through these years as you and Councillor Katarina are in the Alberta Ave District. Great question. When we look at what do we need help doing, I think we need to continue helping look at the vulnerabilities and the pain points and finding ways to address those pain points. The amount of vulnerabilities that we have right now are at such a high level that sometimes it's difficult for us as community to know how to munch through that. But I think that the progress that we need is to be able to come up with game plans, strategies, to continue on with the actual, we need someone to hold us together, to be the glue. Right now we don't have an actual full-time person working with us. He's splitting himself in 2 or 3 different ways as a city employee. And being able to continue the activities are really important. And then the leadership piece is super important as well. So I think leadership, capacity building, sustainability, those are all areas that we need support in, Councillor.
So I understand that. Can you explain to me what would be your measure of success? How would you know you're successful? Because you talk about that constant change of community members, increased vulnerabilities, and I think you talked about that even in light of the pandemic. So what would success look like? Is it a safety measure, community measure? I don't know.
Yeah, definitely safety measure. Crime stats is a place to look for things, as my cohort here next, our colleague next to McCauley, or Ann McDougall, has been mentioning. I also think the growth of community. So when we're able to have community league boards, to be able to do community activities without the constant, like it's the same people that are coming out that are leading, because there is such need. And so to be able to come to a point that many blocks are able to do block parties without support of, strategies and things, that many people can come out, that we can start helping other communities and start giving back to other communities and being able to, like when you grow up as a kid, you're always told help each other. Right now, this community is just trying to find food and homelessness is huge. So once we can start helping other communities and being able to be strong, I think that's a measure. And I'm not sure exactly what that would be called, but I know it's a community development piece.
Okay, now, in light of the pandemic, you've had to change some of the activities, and I think some of the expertise in your group is to do some of the community connected pieces, and I think of the arts in particular, and I think you did something differently with Kaleidoscope. So I guess I'm trying to understand, because you made a comment that people in the area don't have internet and you're trying to support them. Um, how that's something I think you could share with other communities. If you could just speak to that for a moment.
Absolutely. I mean, Arts on the Ave is not just an artist group putting on festivals, and I think a lot of people go, oh, that's just those flaky artists. I mean, this group of artists are humanitarians and advocates for life in our neighborhood. When we hit the pandemic and all the festivals were talking about canceling, I totally got it, because, how do you manage 60,000 people? With us, we were like, we cannot let our people feel like they're isolated and by themselves. So we created a model of basically a trailer, a 32-foot trailer that we decked out with balloons and got a whole sound system, generators, created jobs for several people and artists, and actually drove through the community, an 8-minute set in the middle of a street, sort of like an ice cream truck that would sit, and then people from their apartments would come out and people would socially distance and really start seeing each other. And I think it was so needed, because our community without internet, you can imagine, I mean, we're so dependent on it on a daily basis. How do families in these little apartments, and we've walked the apartments and door knocked these apartments with initiatives called Won't You Be My Eastwood Neighbor, and the smell when I walked into those apartments was disgusting. So when you're talking about homes, I'd care to say this is not a home that these people are living in. It's just a place to live. And how do we actually reach out to those neighborhoods? And when we are driving down the back alleys, it was magical. And I think those are things that we can help teach, and that desire and that core need of connectedness is what keeps coming to the forefront in these communities, Councillor.
Thank you. My time's up.
Thank you, Councillor Esslinger. I have a few questions. We heard, that you change a community sometimes through a bit of demographic change. And of course, the first thing that people think about is gentrification. But I'm curious about capacity building within the community, so that their demographics change internally. So I'm just wondering how your organizations have been working with residents to build skills, personal resources, capacity to solve problems, and partner with community. Do they have a model that relies on them, relies on you to be their champions, that sort of thing? Are we building capacity within residents so that they become more self-reliant in the transformation of their community?
Well, if you look at the social enterprise of the Carrot Community Arts Coffee House, that would be an ideal example of creating jobs and creating efficacy in community and community capacity building, Councillor. When you bring in volunteers and it's volunteer powered, the amount of people that have now started their own small micro businesses out of the Carrot by learnings of how we do it, the amount of people that are out getting jobs, and the amount of references that I give on a weekly basis to these people who came in, they were on AISH, they were dealing with housing situations, they were dealing with a whole bunch of different things, and really just needed to find a way to connect and build skills. We don't ever tout that, but most certainly that is an opportunity that was created actually through the initiative. We were given $3,000 through the micro grant of the Avenue Initiative to start the Carrot Coffee House. And it's been running for 14 years on volunteer power. And the skills and the training and the leadership and the confidence building, we need to find a way to package that for sure.
Yeah, that probably would have been helpful to hear from people who have benefited and changed their lives through this. I'm curious, though, about the internet issue as well. Has there been any thought about how to build that capacity within the community? maybe in a way that doesn't rely on the traditional means. There are a lot of communities that actually end up providing internet for themselves, and that those kinds of initiatives where and trust me, I love the festivals, I love the arts, obviously, but just the nuts and bolts of helping build capacity for people where they need it. I'm just wondering if there's been any work on that front.
If I could speak to that, Councillor, I think that's where the partnerships are going to be super helpful. We as a community are, at capacity when it comes to like how much more leadership pieces we can take on. We keep on taking more on, don't we, as we see need. And we hope that it is coming through and strong in like even the food security piece. The internet security is a great question, and I mean, I would hope that maybe with Jess, with our associate dean coming to the table and sitting and working, she's on our development committee for Arts Common, seeing these partnerships grow. This is the first partnership we've had with a post-secondary that's strong and committed for several years. So that would be a great, I would love to see a, engineering class take that on and say, how can we do this? How can we build? Where are the hubs? Because of course, internet is a double-edged sword. It also collects crime when it's not monitored and controlled. So that would be a great conversation and initiative for us to look at.
Okay. And in the Northeast, we are very blessed to have an organization, C5. They do job skill training, connecting with employers, addressing mental health, connecting with counseling and cultural services, teaching people how to meal prep, and literacy programs, on and on and on. And I'm just wondering if you've thought of partnering with even C5 or service providers like that, or considered the establishment of something like that along Alberta Avenue, where it's sort of a one-stop shop that reaches out to the entire community in order to help build capacity, build the leaders, so that it's not just the same folks taking on responsibility over and over again.
Councillor, it's Joshua from the Business Association. Thank you for that question. This summer we identified that there absolutely needed to be more cleaning done on the avenue, and we reached out to Boyle Street Services as an example of, I believe, of what you're saying, and we've engaged in contracts with them to continue helping us with the beautification of the avenue on an ongoing basis.
I'm out of time. Thank you. Councillor Knack with the second round of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate that reference to C5. And actually, I was going to ask Mr. Janes a little bit about that. Is that I'm curious if that is the type of model we need to see if we can move towards, and I think you're familiar with that as well. And that's one that's more individual-led or resident-led or organization-led than the city directly, although recognizing that we still need that connection back to someone. We still need to make sure we have someone we can work with on a if there's something going on, that we have something we can feed into. So I wanted to get your thought on that sort of idea, and I'm wondering if that's a way, because I think there are other organizations who are doing great work who feel like they, who didn't necessarily speak today, who sort of feel like they've hit a bit of a wall over the last little while. So your thoughts on?
It's difficult. I'm going to speak a little bit from my experience of working in a business association. I believe a large part of our roles in business improvement areas is around economic development, and that should be the lens that guides us within our missions and our activities. It should be about economic development from a BIA perspective. I think in some of our districts, and I would suggest, North Edge, Chinatown, even Viva Italia, who's not considered a BIA, Stone Plain Road, Alberta Avenue, Beverly as well, and certainly downtown. So that's, the majority of us. We also face a number of multifaceted, intersectional issues when it comes to issues that are driven by inequalities. And I need to create a focus where I need to serve my members and my constituents. But I do know that community development requires every single one of us to do our part. So I've spent a lot of time building trust, because it wasn't there before when I arrived, with agencies and with neighbors and community groups, and actually inserting a stronger sense of social justice and community responsibility for everyone. Because when we raise one of us up, we raise all of us up. And it's not just a platitude. I think it's a way of doing things. At a municipal level, there are things that we can do. There are other things that we can't. And I think we need multiple levels of government around that. And I think perhaps the best way we can do that as a city, both as a corporation and as individuals, is by modeling that behavior. So I think within the BIA world, we've done good work, and we continue to do good work in building relationships with operations, capital city cleanup, other areas. You know, when we talked about housing, and Councillor Nicol mentioned that there wasn't a one-stop shop for businesses to call when they come in and they have to shovel off their sidewalk, and then they have to clean off their storefront because someone may have used it as a washroom during the evening. It's about how do we effectively create opportunities for dignity for every single citizen. And how can we do things as a city that helps all of us navigate that a bit better? I think in COVID, you know, we always say, stay safe, be kind. And I think we're at a point in our city where kindness is a bit more fragile than it's been for a while. And I think leadership, and unfortunately we look to council for that leadership. And not always all of the answers. That's why you have 15,000 employees or so that can help you create that.
Great. I'm pretty much out of time, so I think I'll leave it there. I have a bunch of questions for administration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Katarina has a few more questions.
Thank you for that, and not too many more questions than that. I'm still intrigued somewhat with the fee-for-service or the shared expertise, and going back to 2006 till now, that expertise is exceptional. Maybe Christy, if you can speak to, I know the question came from Councillor Esslinger on what types of things you could be doing, or what effect has the community had on this, or Councillor Paquette as well too had asked that question. Can you talk a little bit about, I believe in 118th, and some of the things that you learned or implemented, the community, not you in particular, but the community, on how you take back your street, where you had programming on the corners for you know, playing checkers or chess on the corners, actually the community coming back, being visible in the community and taking back their own streets. Some of the initiatives that happened in the last number of years.
Absolutely. Thanks, Councillor. The initiative, when it first started, was super strong because they saw the community as the voice that is needed to come to the table and make things happen. And they empowered the community to do that. I have to say right now, the model is not there. We are not empowered. We are basically not given materials, not shared and have equal voice. We used to have, it was called the Integrated Services Team. Phenomenal group of people that were given the power as managers to be able to hear community and make changes quickly. So different initiatives that you're talking about was us as community saying, you know, our corners are right now seen as places of crime and disarray and problems. What can we do? So around the table of the integrated services table, with which it was, you know, presidents of community leagues and strategists in the neighborhood came together and said, you know, let's do corner takeovers, and takeovers in the nicest word, with dignity. And we would do, ladies would come out and crochet and do crocheting on the corner with teas. We would play, you know, have our pho out from Pho King or whatever great restaurant it was, and just have, you know, playing Risk together. And all of a sudden it became this vibrancy and this laughter and this ability to see each other and know that we are creating. It wasn't about coming out with a stick. It was about coming out with a carrot and going, how do we share and say that we're here and make differences together? So that's just one example, Councillor. There are so many different examples of initiatives that we've taken. And you know, to everybody's question, I mean, the model has changed. When it started, there was some real empowerment around that table. Now, there is not. It's a really weak model, and it's been, I don't know, it'd be great to look at it and go, what happened? But it definitely, something has clicked. I've been with it since the whole beginning, and we don't have any senior management around the table we don't even have an integrated services team working with us any longer. So those pieces are really missing in this model, and being able to work together and find ways to problem solve with community is what we're missing right now.
Okay, so with, and I'll ask administration a number of these questions. So right now, as I understand it from the motion that was made back in 2018, that funding would continue for 19 and 20, and now we're looking at 21, moving forward to 21 and 22, and so the idea of taking percentages from other communities that are just starting, I don't like that that approach, because I think the new emerging communities that need to start the revitalization need as much help as they can get. So the other one with the carryover, and Christy or Joshua, do you know what the carryover would be for 2020, given COVID and some of the things not going through? Like, how much money are we talking about here?
We've been asking administration that question for the last year as to what's in the pot and what can move forward, and we haven't been given an answer. So probably Mr. Aiken and Mr. Smythe would be able to answer that.
I'll ask them that question as well. Okay, thank you very much. I'll leave my questions to administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. Councillor Esslinger has a few more questions.
Thank you. And I appreciated the line of question on capacity building, because as we look at an exit strategy, you would think you would want to make sure there was capacity building. And Dr. Lee talked about being on the cusp of change. So going forward, what do you need? Because I don't think you need capital funding, but just can you help me? What is it that you need to move forward just to finish this work or to get it on a strong foundation?
So Josh is asking me to go forward, and then he'll help as well. I think what we need is to continue having someone who is a dedicated staff to continue working with the neighborhood. We on our own, we don't have that capacity to do it all by ourselves and to have meetings all on our own and to be able to connect with the city services that need to be connected on literally a daily basis. That glue is really important, and I agree that we need to have a staff that's on the avenue and on Stony Plain Road. That was the model initially, Councillor, was to have an actual person that has an office on the street, because they then live and see defecation. They then see what's happening, the red alert that's there, the ACES gangs, the fights that are happening, the usage of needles. They see it firsthand, and then they connect with their community connectors through the city channels. Like, I can't get to city departments to Councillor Nichols' question earlier on. I mean, how do you solve those problems? It's by having that pivot, that person in that middle that's glue, that's going to go, hey guys, guess what? We have a fight going on the corner here, or this is systemic. We're always having this thing happen down the street. It's having that extra set of eyes. It is the glue that brings that together. You need that. You have to pay those dollars to have city staff that are committed to community development and to business and are going to make that change. That used to happen. That hasn't happened for about 6 or 7 years now, and we're having a hard time. So to your question, city staff on the avenue, in an office, somewhere shared space, something like that would work. The other thing is to continue the activities. And I don't know if we're sitting at the right table within the city departments as per everybody's conversation, but we do need to sit at a city table somewhere because we are moving in the right direction and there is the right pressure in the right areas. We just haven't turned that corner yet. So to be able to continue activities like the sitting on the street corners, like being able to do these initiatives down back alleys and connecting people and businesses. I mean, the businesses are a huge connector. They're there 365 days a year. They see what happens when a person that is high on drugs comes into your business. When they come into the Carrot, it's very scary. You know, to be able to do initiatives that are working together with community and residents, that's that pivot person's role. And then they can stream out and go, okay, here are the pillars. I even think we need change of policies. I mean, in fragile communities like we are, in the States, there's actually policies of how often trash gets picked up because the amount of debris and garbage is exceptional, you know, in the bad way. So I think, again, we need to look at change of policies in fragile communities. And I think there's a whole other evolution that needs to take place as to what's needed in these fragile communities and stop saying, guess what, you guys, we're going to exit and leave you guys, and you'll just get the same services as every other neighborhood. Well, we're not every other neighborhood. We have a different deck of cards that we're working from.
Councillor, thank you for your question. Having been here for a little less than 6 months now in the role of the interim ED, the great work that I've seen in this community, it would be a shame for it to slide backwards. There's been so much of it. Having that expertise around the table, finding the way into Revite 2.0 is going to continue this great work.
Okay, and my final question, can you tell me, are the police engaged at this table because they're one of your partners?
They were actually enrolled to speak 2 weeks ago before we got deferred to this meeting. We actually had a superintendent that was coming to speak, Jonathan. He's fantastic. Our beat teams are super and have been working diligently in community policing. Our community is actually so engaged at every level, working with police, whether it's a skating party, whether it's initiative called what is our problem property initiative.
We have the Believe in 118 project,
Right.
And we're very excited about the 22, which is 22 engaged businesses working together along with EPS to come up with solutions on how to keep this kind of project that we're talking about moving forward.
Thank you. My time is up.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Esslinger. And I am not seeing any other names on the list to ask questions. I will just double check verbally if anyone has any more questions. Okay, not hearing any. Thank you, panel. We really appreciate your submissions today. And it's really gratifying to have community members out and being passionate about their communities. We're going to be moving to questions for administration, but you are, of course, welcome to stay in and view the rest of the proceedings. Thank you very much. And so, at this point, we will move to questions for administration. The list is open at this point. I don't see anyone on the list, so I will just check verbally.
Mr. Chair, just to confirm, I'm in chambers here with David Aiken. We have Chantel Shannon, our Director of Neighborhood Services, online.
Okay, very good. And here we go. We now have Councillor Knack. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've been going back and forth on what the right solutions are. So maybe let's start with a couple of questions. So I do remember the roadmap conversation that happened a couple of years ago, and can you? So we heard some feedback today that they never were completed, but I wouldn't just mind what happened to that work. I imagine COVID, as many things, probably impacted it, but where did it leave off before something like that took it out?
So you're right. In October 2018, we did a report and we outlined a number of different approaches and different ways to look at improving the current support in Revitalization 2.0, what the city could do better. The community established some principles by which they could work from, and also some next steps forward. The funding that was put into place for 2019 and 2020 was there, and it was to support and facilitate that move towards sustainability, resilience, capacity building. Unfortunately, we were only halfway down that path. COVID hit in March, and so since then things have slowed right down. So obviously there wasn't the full 2 years that was anticipated back in 2018 for 19 and 20 to complete that work.
So I know from chatting with Mr. Janes on the Stony Plain Road side is that I know that like they have suggested ideas. So let's talk about the carryover, because obviously we're not going to take away money from any other option. I appreciate that you had to put options in the report, and yeah, that was obviously not one I think anyone would want to take. So let's just ask about option 2 and that carryover piece. Maybe I'll start by asking the question, what is left in both of those two, just so we have it.
So as you know, in the report at the time of the writing of it, we had a range, but right now we think the carryover for Jasper Place is in that range of 43K. That isn't spoken for, but obviously the time frame for applications is mid-October, so there is still additional time for any new applications to come in for other proposals or programs or opportunities, and so it hasn't closed yet. But right now, that's our best guess of the amount of money that, if it wasn't utilized, could be carried forward.
Okay. What about, just might as well ask for Alberta Ave, because Councillor Caterina is going to do it. So
Alberta Avenue is 57K. We estimate as the amount today that could be if there's no other applications carried forward.
So I'm going to focus on Jasper Place because that's the area I know best, and Councillor Caterina will come in, I'm sure, and ask questions about Alberta Ave. I remember when we talked about this 2 years ago, one of the things I talked about was that capacity piece as well. We have some very dedicated volunteers on a couple of the community, on I would say all 4 of the community leagues that surround Stony Plain Road. They haven't necessarily seen a huge growth in new volunteers jumping aboard, and so we talked about things like Abundant Communities, which, as you referenced in the report, started, but unfortunately has sort of fallen off, and there's a variety of reasons why that's the case. So my worry is that it feels like we haven't fixed that piece, and I'm wondering how what steps need to happen from your perspective to help with that, because I'm not sure simply carrying over that money and just allowing the different organizations to have it is the right piece. I'd almost rather give it to Stony Plain Road BIA to have someone who is there working in the Orange Hub right on Stony Plain Road, spending their time helping to build that capacity, because whatever we did the last 2 years, recognizing COVID has impacted some of that, didn't fulfill what we had talked about 2 years ago. So I wouldn't mind your thoughts on that piece, because that's still a big gap right now that exists in our neck of the woods.
So in respect to the Abundant Communities, I mean, we certainly did, council invested in additional staff and programming dollars for that. We do have one of 4 communities within Jasper Place that are part of that. Within Alberta Avenue, we have 5 out of the 8. So we are seeing some progress. But I think to your point, it's an evolution of the approaches, that some of these approaches haven't worked as well as we anticipated, and I think there's onus on us to work with those local neighborhoods to improve it. I know we have our regular NRCs, and there's local economy, and there's net empowerment teams and community building social workers and micro grants and things like that. But I think it's a coordination of those efforts, and also, as Mr. James said, listening to the community on how they want to be involved and be activated, because I know these suggestions about having resources embedded within those specific areas. We've heard that before, and we said we would undertake to explore how best to do that, whether it be through our own city staff or through other areas. But I think that was some of the work that we were to undertake and sort of push through on.
I'm out of time. I have some more questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Katarina.
Thank you. Mr. Smythe or Ms. Shannon, this idea now of a possible sharing of expertise and having value in a fee-for-service plan, and that you've had just a few minutes to hear it and maybe think about it. That's something that you haven't explored at this point, but just off first blush at it, what do you think of that idea?
Well, I think, Councillor, it's worthwhile to explore it. I mean, I think we'd have to, sit down with the organizations that are here today, but then also other Revite areas, just to see if, if there's a consensus amongst all the Revite areas that might be a model that we could pursue. Certainly the expertise that's on the call today is very significant, as we've heard, but the other Revite areas would have some skin in the game as well in terms of their perspective on that kind of model. So it's something that we could certainly take back and begin that discussion.
Okay, well, I think I think it would be worthwhile, because unfortunately, and this is not you, Mr. Smythe, or Ms. Shannon, the options that are presented to us today are, and I agree with Councillor Knack, that the first option of reducing funding for the most needy at this stage and moving it back to the other ones, I don't think that's the option at all for it. The carryover money, and I'm not sure what the $57,000 would accomplish, or how much of that, or how much programming that would still enable them to proceed with for next year on that. But at this point right now, if that option, obviously you're asking us today to pick option one or option two, obviously, and a suggestion that we're coming up to supplemental shortly. Is there room there to give you time to speak to the group that was here today that made the suggestion, Alberta Avenue, that they could, they can and they would be willing to share their expertise on their learnings over the past 15 years? And if financially or monetarily, what's that worth? And being able to speak to Baldwin Belvedere on whether they would like that kind of help or not before we get to supplemental.
Councillor, I believe the CFO is bringing an initial budget middle of November. November 16th is the day I have in my head. And then when council will really then get into the budget will be December 2nd, I think it starts. I see some heads nodding to support that. I don't think it would be appropriate. We would have time to do it for the November period, but I think that's going to be a high level presentation to council by our CFO. And if this could be and I don't think we'll have time to build it into a proposed budget package for December, but we could have that information, I believe, by that time. It would be kind of a walk-on or just an update that could be provided by the December timeframe.
Okay, and just putting this in context, the last motion we made was in 2018. None of us knew what 2020 was going to bring and some of the challenges. But I'll speak to Alberta Avenue in particular, given that, and I mentioned earlier this morning, putting into context, given that area with the challenges that the Expo Center created obviously the Coliseum Inn, now with bridge housing at the jockey dorms and the challenges, that has actually changed the context of what we were talking about 2 years ago. We thought that that 2 year extension would be enough and appropriate to move out of the neighborhood, but obviously we're actually a year behind because we've lost 2020 because of all the other challenges. So is that a context that you're looking at from the previous motion that was made?
Well, Councillor, yes, you're absolutely correct that the environment has changed dramatically. I mean, the whole program tries to build equity across the city, and the model that Council did approve, based on social issues that some of these neighborhoods are experiencing, prioritize these neighborhoods at the time, but certainly the environments that they're in. But I mean, this is not, some of the issues that have been discussed today are not unique to these neighborhoods or these parts of our city. It is basically a citywide impact. So we've got to just be cautious that, that we look at it from a citywide perspective. But certainly the challenges that are around the exhibition lands area are not inconsequential. Recognizing the kind of work that has to get done in that area, and those standing up of those facilities was not in the plan originally, obviously, and it was an emergency, and we did. So we can certainly take back that model that was proposed, or that strategy that was proposed by some of the speakers, and do what we can do and try to bring something back by the meeting in December when Council's going to be dealing with budget. And the only other quick point, Councillor, is as Council moves this out of this item today, that any kind of budget recommendations would be that Council consider as part of the whole budget process, if you will. It cannot, committee doesn't have that authority, I don't believe, to allocate funds today, but you recommend that it get considered in December.
Okay, and thank you for that. And I'll let Councillor Esslinger or Councillor Knack possibly craft something to that effect, since I'm not on the committee.
All right, thank you, Councillor Katarina. Thank you for your patience, Councillor Esslinger. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I guess I feel like we've committed, we'd work with these communities for 2 years, and then COVID came. And so to cut them off now is a little challenging for these communities. So in that 57,000 that's in the carryover for Alberta Ave, does that include a staff person, or is that what the money's for? Could you help me understand that?
That would be for programming money, so it wouldn't be for a staff person.
Would we fund a staff person to support them? Because they keep talking about the glue and about thing. That's more about having someone coordinate.
So in regards to the proposal, it suggested the carry forward of just the programming money, not the additional staffing piece. The staff that we did have were on temporary contracts, and they ended in May of this year. And the funding, the additional funding, was returned to council.
Was that the agreement going forward, that we would end it in May in the middle of a pandemic and come for? I mean, I think that's what I hear they need more than the programming funding. So I'm a little confused.
I think the approach and the strategy has been to provide that revitalization 2.0 coordinator, as you mentioned, as the glue to keep the momentum going. And so we did in the first year in 2019, administration provided the funding for those positions, and then the funding was then supported by council in 2020. But COVID hit in March, and we were able to extend those contracts or keep it in place until May. However, at that point in time, with the economic crisis that we were facing, they were on temporary contracts. All temporary contracts were ended, and that funding that was saved was handed back by administration.
Thank you. I guess, as I'm not on the committee either, but I think if we were going to go forward, I think we have an obligation to continue this work. And we should really work with those communities because they're all a little bit different, whether it's Stony Plain and Jasper Place and Alberta Avenue, to find out what they need in that transition moving forward. And we have to recognize that, yes, all communities are facing challenges, but some of our most vulnerable, that is magnified by layers of challenge. And I don't want to just give up on them. So I think we need to really think about it. I agree with not using money from other communities, but to look at that carry forward. But more importantly, look at our commitment to these communities where we said we'd give them 2 years and then we pulled the rug out from them. I don't think is a way to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Esslinger. Just in the interest of time management, we're about 5.5 minutes from the break, and we cannot extend past that because there's another meeting. So I don't know if there's a time restraint for Councillor Henderson. Councillor Knack, do you mind if Councillor Henderson asks his questions, or?
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead, and I can take the lunch break to maybe craft something. Just that gives us a little bit of time anyway.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Henderson?
I'll be quick because I think in part Councillor Esslinger just asked my question, but I mean I think one of the things that I heard and listening to this from both of these communities that, you know, and I'm looking back to Alberta Avenue, the Alberta Avenue piece and why it was successful to begin with. It's because we approached this project in a different kind of way about how we worked with community rather than knowing better and going in and saying, here it is. So, you know, I'm hearing that that's part of what isn't working quite the way it used to. And I think we heard that from Jasper Place as well. So I do think to follow up on, but also that's about that communication back to us and that liaison piece. So I worry a little bit that we may be, you know, I think the programming money is important, but that we may be actually, I think this was Councillor Essinger's point, I wouldn't mind hearing some thinking on this, that in actual fact, we need to get back, you know, that 2.0 needs to still hold on to the roots of what made 1.0 so successful, which was that collaboration between the community and us. So I'm just wondering how we make that happen, and it sounds like we may have, you know, because throwing the program money isn't going to help if we've severed the real connection that makes these programs work. So any thoughts on that?
Councillor, a couple of quick thoughts. One, you know, we did envision if there weren't any specific dedicated resources that the grouping of teams, in particular the NRC that would be assigned to that area, would provide some of that function. I know there is, you know, today, if it's not utilized by the end of the year, that additional money, and we did have conversations with the community about using that to bring in some in-house resources and support, and we weren't opposed to that. And so I think there's still an opportunity between now and the end of the year for them to put that proposal in play, to look at additional money to develop a strategy or to move certain things. But right now, there's no program or funding identified for any continuation into 2021.
Well, you know, and I just think we need to keep an eye on that, because I think that there's the culture of how we worked with these two communities when it was most successful. You know, it sounds like that has slipped a bit, and we, you know, I think that's as important to how we make sure we do 2.0 correctly as whether or not we keep program money in place. And I just think it's important not to lose sight of that, because I think we're getting two different messages here. So anyway, that was my question, and I'll give up. It really is, I just thought thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Henderson. We have 2 minutes to the break. Councillor Knack, do you have a 2-minute question, or would you rather wait?
No, I'd rather just take the time to draft something over the lunch break so that we don't have to spend a lot of time doing it after or now.
Okay, well, just again, we have a time specific at 1:30. Unfortunately, as an explanation to those tuning in, we can't extend because we actually have another meeting right at noon. And so we will come back after the item at 1:30 to resume this conversation. So I hope that's clear. You're welcome to return to join us. I'm not sure how long the 1:30 item will take, but probably not an extended amount of time. So enjoy lunch, maybe get out on Alberta Avenue, and We'll see you after the break, but at this time, let's take our break now and come back at 1:30.
We'll roll call in a couple minutes here.
Can I double check someone can hear me?
Sorry, yes, we can. Thank you. We're just in recess just now. Trina, we're just waiting for the chair to join us, and then we'll do a quick roll call. And just a friendly reminder to everybody that we're broadcasting live on both YouTube and Council on the web, and the doors are open to the public, and they'll stay so until we vote to go in camera.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to the October 28th special City Council meeting. I will call this meeting to order. It has a sole agenda item, which is related to the ongoing city manager recruitment, and specifically a verbal update coming up from the committee for council to work with. So just for anyone following along, there are no imminent announcements. The work continues apace, and when there is something to announce, we will make an announcement. But that won't be today, and it won't be tomorrow. So, so cool your jets, for those who are wondering. I need a roll call first. Councillor Banga.
Present, Mr. Mayor, remotely.
Fantastic, thank you. Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Good day. Councillor Katarina.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Zadek.
I'm here.
Super. Councillor Essinger.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
I'm here.
Welcome. Councillor Henderson is live and on deck. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Also present in person. Councillor McKean.
Present.
Good day. Councillor Nickel.
Good afternoon.
Is physically present. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Walters.
I'm here, sir.
That is everybody. I need a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Nickel. Seconder for that.
Second.
Second.
Councillor Knack, I think, by a hair. I'll just take unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the adoption of the agenda? Not hearing any, then there are no minutes for us to consider, no protocol items today. The only item before us is 9.1, so we'll deem that selected. This is an opportunity for councillor inquiries if there are any, but I have not heard of any. So we will now take a motion subject to Section 17, disclosure harmful to personal privacy, 19, confidential evaluations, 24, advice from officials, and 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of public body, to hear the verbal update on city manager recruitment.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol. Seconded by Councillor Banga, I presume. I'll just seek unanimous consent again on that. Is there any objection? Not hearing any, then we will pass into private and we'll provide the clerks a moment to lock everything down.
Okay, and thank you for coming back to the continuing edition of the October 28th, 2020 Community and Public Services Committee. I'll just do a quick roll call. Councillor Static.
I'm here, thank you.
Councillor Katarina.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, good to see you. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon, I'm here.
Good afternoon. And I see that we are also joined by Councillor Henderson, who's in the building. Councillor Esslinger is also with us. And Councillor Banga.
I'm still here, Councillor Paquette.
Oh my goodness, and I missed Councillor Nicol, the most important one to ask about. So I'm glad you're here with us, still with us after all these years. Okay, so let us move on then. We've got time specific, and that is the item 6.3, Edmonton Heritage Council Annual Update. And we have a presentation available, and so take it away.
Great. Hi, Councillor Paquette as chair, and the other councillors joining today. It's Martin Kennedy. And I'm speaking today in my capacity as chair of the Edmonton Heritage Council Board of Directors. I'm joined by David Ridley, our executive director. He's online and available at the end of this summary presentation to help with addressing any questions you have. We'll walk through the slides. If we go to the first slide, this shows how the EHCs, and I guess for the clerk, it's slide 2 after the title. That's great. This shows how the EHC's priorities and actions have been aligned with Connections and Exchanges, which, as you know, is the city's second 10-year arts and heritage plan. Our mission remains to connect people to the stories of their city, and we do this through preserving, researching, interpreting, and documenting Edmonton's heritage and history. We've highlighted 4 objectives from Connections and Exchanges that we're focusing our efforts on, including the removal of barriers to participation, the creation of meaningful opportunities at a neighborhood level, the role of heritage in contributing to a sense of belonging and connectedness, and the innovation and economic resiliency of the heritage sector itself. One of the ways we contribute to these goals, of course, is through our granting programs. And so on the next slide, we turn to that. We've highlighted, actually goes through the 4 priorities, so advance one more, please. On the next slide, we've highlighted a few recipients of our Heritage Community Investment Program grants. This program dispersed $600,000 into the community through 47 grants in 2019. And those contributed to supporting organizational stability, research and interpretation, skill development, and public programming. One of the attachments to your report provides a list of recipients. And of note for the program year 2019 to 2020, 17 of the applicants were first-time applicants, well over 50% of the total. And that demonstrates our efforts towards diversifying the applicant pool and ensuring that a broad base of organizations and individuals are aware of this opportunity. The largest focus within this program is support for operating institutions. And this is shown on the next slide. Many of Edmonton's heritage facilities were challenged before COVID-19, and the closure of the Telephone Historical Center in 2019 is a good example of that. The events of 2020 have made the path for these organizations on this slide even more challenging. To help organizations evolve and remain relevant, we're providing change capital to help organizations retool and reorganize, and the results of a round of funding for change capital are going to come in January 2021. Over the past year and a half, we've also worked hard to build strength in the sector, helping organizations improve their own financial practices, piloting a mentorship program, supporting better governance and strategic planning work. And we've offered a fully subscribed series of capacity building workshops to benefit community organizations. Our written report covers the 2019 year. I would be remiss not to note that we have worked this year to adapt our grant program streams to the realities of the pandemic. So we spoke with organizations and individuals about their challenges. We adjusted the grant programs accordingly, and that included support helping groups continue their work online where they were no longer able to do that work in person. The reality is that for heritage organizations with facilities such as the Aviation Museum, they rely on significant earned revenue and have permanent staffing, and they are going to have a long path back to a new normal. The next slide speaks to the Edmonton City as Museum project, or as we call it, eCamp. This was reintroduced as one of our core ongoing programs in 2019, and it focuses now on online programming. We've had hundreds of registrations for what we call e-camping trips, re-envisioned from in-person events and experiences to a virtual series. As you'll note from this slide, the average online engagement has been strong. It grew considerably stronger over the past year. The next slide is about one of the real highlights of 2019. It happened just before the pandemic, and that's our presentation of the Reconciliation and Resurgence Symposium. Guided by a steering committee of Indigenous elders, knowledge keepers, community mobilizers, this event brought together 150 speakers and attendees to consider the changes needed to make sure that Indigenous voices and heritage are included and presented in meaningful ways in Edmonton's story. In addition to the City of Edmonton's in-kind support of the initiative through the Indigenous Relations Office, the Government of Alberta's Anti-Racism Community Grant Initiative helped us design and deliver a very well-received 3-day event. We're going to build on the success of the symposium in 2021 with the rollout of an additional Indigenous Initiatives program. Looking ahead, the next slide speaks to some work that will happen in November through March of 2021. We'll be co-presenting a new series called Wide Angle Lens, Empowering Communities' Heritage Practices. Topics here are diverse, but what I would really note about these workshops is we're offering them with low and no cost options as part of that work to prioritize access and participation from those who might not otherwise have had opportunities for training like this. The next slide speaks to our ongoing collaboration with the Edmonton Historical Board on the Historian Laureate Program. Marlena Wyman's work in the last cycle culminated in the very thoughtfully curated Sketching History exhibit. It was exceptional work, and it was very engaging at a community grassroots level. Very pleased to be working with her successor, our new Historian Laureate, Amber Paquette, as she moves the program forward. We know well from her past work that she brings an exciting perspective to the history of the place. I am in particular really looking forward to the way she's going to animate heritage through the production of video stories that I think will reach a wide audience and give people a new perspective. I'd like to highlight on the next slide how we've been working to diversify our funding sources. The City of Edmonton's support is the foundation of our work, but beyond the Government of Alberta grant that I mentioned for the Reconciliation and Resurgence Symposium, there was also substantial business and private philanthropic support for that event specifically. We've also received aid this year from the Edmonton Community Foundation through their Pandemic Rapid Response Fund. And that provided us additional resources to support our strategic aims and help heritage practitioners and organizations in that early phase of the pandemic this year. We've also been working with the Edmonton Commonwealth Walkway since the physical and digital platform's inception, and we're now going to take on a lead role in its stewardship with the transfer of resources from the Walkway Initiative to the EHC. And I think what these funding partnerships speak to is the EHC's ability to deliver value to the broader heritage community and the community at large. And they speak to the leadership and the expertise of our staff and how those are valued resources in the community. On the next slide, of course, we continue our work with the Historical Board. We're committed to addressing challenges to Edmonton's built heritage, and we're in dialogue with City Administration about potential new sources of funding and increased education and awareness for the preservation and repurposing of heritage places. And in closing, on the final slide, this is a graphic from our 29 annual report in your package. And it speaks to how the EHC connects a wide range of stakeholders in the work that we do. With the challenges and the current economic and the fiscal situation, we know that showing impact and value in what we do is essential to our funders. It's essential to the broader community. And I'd like to thank publicly, as we do regularly privately, our board of directors and our advisors from the city, Roger Jeffney, Catherine Ivany, Scott Ash, that keep us informed and well connected to city administration, as do our relationships with the Arts Council and Arts Habitat, which create a structured dialogue and support for advancing the Connections and Exchanges mission. And to thank you as a committee and council more broadly for your support for Edmontonians as we work to strengthen connections with each other and with the stories of our city through heritage preservation, interpretation, and storytelling. And since he's in the meeting as a guest today, Councillor Henderson, thanks to you for speaking at our annual general meeting just this last October. So that concludes our verbal overview of the annual report. The written documents are all in the package, and David and I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I see Ben is on the list. I'll just check in with Councillor Nicol, who is present and here and valued.
Yeah, I will. No problem, Mr. Chairman. I'll defer to Councillor Henderson. I know he's chomping at the bit.
All right. Floor is yours, Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, just a couple of quick questions. Because I'd never really had a chance to hear the whole story on the Telephone Museum. I can guess what happened there, and I'm guessing it was largely a problem, you know, that was driven by one person who sadly is no longer with us, and I'm guessing that was the end of it. But it, you know, I'm wondering if there's a cautionary tale there about some of these things being too dependent on one person, and I'd be curious to know what happened to the collection.
Yeah, I'll let David speak to the substance of that. I would agree, Councillor. There is, for a lot of heritage and community-based organizations, a real reliance sometimes on a core of volunteers that if they're not continuously renewed, and in this case they were tied to, of course, the history also of an organization that had ceased to exist, and so it wasn't providing a new stream of retirees to contribute. But David, you can add a little more color on that, and also the collection piece.
Sure. Thanks for the question. On the collection piece, the collection, as often happens if these situations arise, the collection typically doesn't go in its entirety to one place, although a good portion of it went to the City Artifact Center, particularly the artifacts. And I understand other pieces of it would have gone to other archive and artifact organizations. I don't have the definitive listing on that, Councillor, but would be pleased to track that down, exactly how that worked out. So the collection is still existent, just not at that one place. I think what we learned from the Telephone Historical Center, and it's what we've responded to, is, you know, at the time we worked with them towards really, you know, reviewing and looking at their sustainability and the changes that needed to be made. I don't think they were able to make that transition. Some of the things that Martin mentioned in the report are adaptations that we've come forward with around change capital and more flexibility in grant programs to make sure those specific organizational pieces can be attended to. But this was an example, I think, of an organization that still had a struggle to try and pick up on opportunities that were there in the grants area. And I think they really just they were tired and had run out of gas, unfortunately.
The Artifact Center, it's interesting you mention that, because the trouble with that Artifact Center is not really accessible, is even questionably safe for the artifacts. And, you know, that was one of the things that actually was in the last 10-year plan, that was we find a different way to make sure that our artifacts are being, and I know we did some deacquisition in the Artifact Center. I think that work happened. But we haven't had an update on that for quite a while. What is the status of that right now? And because there were concerns, you know, it's in a building that has water intentionally running through its basement. It's an old brewery. And that was creating concerns for the safety of the artifacts. So, you know, that's one of the recommendations from the last 10-year plan that I don't think we were ever able to solidly follow through on. So what is the status of that?
Perhaps city administration can better answer. I do know that we haven't been active on that file, other than we raise it annually to say this is, as you've said, this is still outstanding from the last 10-year plan, and there's elements at risk here. So what can we do to help and advance this?
And then one of the things that I bumped into the other day, quite by accident, and you remembered it, and I'm just wondering where it went, and maybe this is a question to the city as much as anything. The city hall did a project probably 10 years ago now, maybe a bit more, that actually ended up with computer terminals in City Hall that actually had a huge repository of information, digital, that was available to the public. Now, I haven't seen those terminals in ages. They just, I think, evaporated. I suspect they would be considered old technology. But the data, I'm wondering what happened to it and whether or not it got rolled into eCamp.
It has not been rolled into eCamp. I recall the initiative that you're speaking about, but I don't have any current information as to what that was, other than it was an enormous repository of information and interpretation on the city.
Well, I'm just wondering, I don't know if it would be appropriate, but before it gets lost and none of us remember it, because I had almost forgotten it, I'm just wondering if that's something that's worth tracking down and grabbing. It might be very easy just to roll in, I think, because that would be appropriate for eCamp, wouldn't it?
It would, and in the evolution of eCamp, really the development of lots of capacity for virtual exhibits is an important part of that. So this is one that would connect with that specifically.
Great, thanks. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Anyone else? No? Okay. So does anyone want to move receipt of information?
Happy to do so. So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Nickel. Does anyone want to speak to this? No? Okay. I'll just take the opportunity to give a warm and deep thanks to the council for all the good work you do. It's very hard for us to plot out a good future if we don't know what our past was and is. And the more clarity we get on that, and the more we can spread that and share that and have Edmontonians understand their history and be proud of their history, the better off we all are, especially going forward. And especially during tough times when what we really need to be doing is coming closer together and supporting each other. And to have that base behind us is really, truly helpful. So thank you for that. Really deeply appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
So, well, with that, let's vote. I believe the clerks would like us to try eScribe for the vote. So it will come through.
Yes, verbal. Sorry about eScribe. Zadok.
We have all the votes.
Okay, weigh the votes, please. And that has been unanimously received. All right. Thank you very much. Once again, we really appreciate it. You can go on to the rest of your life, or you can stay with us. It is absolutely your choice. I know which one I would make.
Thank you.
All right. So now, let's see. Just get some guidance from the committee here. We can move on to the councillor inquiry and then move back to our previous conversation, or we can just jump right back into 6.2 and then deal with 7.1 afterwards. I think that we could just jump back into 6.2 unless there is any motion to bring 7.1 forward? No, none? Okay. So let us move back to 6.2. We were in the midst of questions to administration, and Councillor Knack was next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I had a bit of a chance over the lunch break to reflect, even though we were in a separate meeting. From my understanding, so maybe this is the question on the admin side, but for sure within Jasper Place, but I believe even with Alberta Avenue, and frankly, we heard it today in their opening remarks, is that it does sound like each area has some ideas about a different option, right? You presented two options. We're not necessarily there. It sounds like each body had maybe different options that are special to each area. And I was thinking, do I draft up a long, convoluted motion that tries to identify everything they had said, or do I just simply say, let's refer this back to the budget, so you have the next 2 months between now and budget to sit down with Alberta Avenue, to sit down with Jasper Place, and to take their options that they have considered and bring that forward for the fall supplemental budget adjustment, with the intent of carrying over that funding as identified in option 2, but using it to fund the options that they have presented to us. Assuming we like them, but I think there's some opportunity from the options that they've been talking about. So that might be a little simpler than trying to develop a point-by-point motion. So I have something like that in mind, but I want to get your reaction to it first.
And that would come back sort of December 2nd? When
the December point.
Over?
Yeah. And I wouldn't expect you need to do a lot of the work, because it sounds like the communities have done the work. I know specifically in Jasper Place, Mr. Janes had actually been working on a plan he was going to submit as part of the revitalization funding availability for like a inter-community coordinating position. So, and they have their own ideas. So I think that they've already been doing that work. So that's why I thought it would just be simple to say, refer it back, go work with them on their options, come forward at budget with the notion of carrying over whatever's remaining.
I think that makes good sense, Councillor. I mean, I think that gives us, a few days this month and then most of November. I mean, it likely will be later getting to our clerk's office and so on, but absolutely. I think if council's okay with that.
And I mean, I'd be fine with it even being a verbal update at the budget deliberations of here's what has been decided. We either A, feel comfortable as administration, or B, we had some concerns, and then we can figure it out as part of the bigger body of the budget work.
Yeah, I think that works.
Okay. So I have wording for that, but I also know, I think Councillor Paquette was working on something potentially a little bit different. So I'll share my wording with the clerks, because there's a few other folks with questions first, and then at the appropriate time, Mr. Chair, I can move that, and then you might want to add to it based off what I know you've been working on.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Katarina.
Thank you, and thank you, Andrew, for that. I'm in support of the direction that Andrew has outlined, and with administration's acceptance of that, and given that the communities are given a chance to sort of set out front what they require, and then coming back to that budget discussion on whether we agree or not with it, and make that decision at that time. The $57,000 carryover, I agree with that as well too, for the interim until we get to December 3rd or 4th, whatever date that happens to be. So that's my only comment on this, that Councillor Knack's motion is absolutely relevant to this discussion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Katarina. Councillor Henderson.
Well, I'm just wondering about the timing of this, because it does seem to me there might be some advantage, at least if whatever you're going to report back on is made public before the public hearing on the budget. I don't know what that timing looks like, so that there is a chance for the public to respond to it again. Otherwise, there won't be. And understanding that council would then be deliberating on something without the luxury of having heard what we heard today. So that's, I realize there's not a motion in place yet, but I'm just wondering if that's, I don't think it's, I think it's just enough that the public would know what was going to be brought back to us before, and I can't remember when that public hearing is actually happening for the budget. It may still time out okay.
I don't have that date in front of me.
Yeah.
It's.
We probably do, or maybe
The
we're still
proposed
setting it.
date, I believe, is December 3rd. That's what's being circulated with
public hearing?
council for approval. Right now, the date is set for December 9th, but there's a calendar report coming forward.
So if it was for the December 2nd date would still work. I just, you know, so that as long, I just think otherwise we're going to end up in a kind of odd situation where, you know, if everything's fine, they will, council needs to be able to hear if there's advocacy around this, what that is. Because I presume we'll go back and look at the whole thing. So the question of what dollar figures in here is also something that, you know, depending on what ends up coming out of those proposals, might play out differently.
So I think going forward, we won't have that final number of what the carry forward is until the deadline of November the 15th closes. We look at all the applications. Obviously, not all the applications may be approved based on criteria, but we'll have a much solid number. And so really it is a bit of a moving target. That's numbered today, but it may be different. I do just one point in some of the nuances that that the community executive directors and BIAs are bringing forward. So we heard that back in 2018. I don't want to sound like a broken record. Administration is open to those new approaches, and we have talked about things like embedded resources in there. So to me, it's really about opening up the process internally to allow those communities to do those things they want to do.
So, because the reason I ask, because if there were staffing considerations as part of this, that we would need to look at those at budget too, I suspect. But you would be bringing that back too, and that wouldn't necessarily, that could be part of the carryover money, or it may be different money entirely, correct?
That's correct.
Or it may be about reallocating resources from somewhere else. It could be all of the above or any of the above.
Yes, if some of those programming dollars went beyond to resourcing, like hard resourcing dollars, whether city or beyond the programming, yes, we'd have to bring that back with options.
But those are the things you would bring back. If this motion comes forward, those are the kind of things that would come back as part of the report with budget, so they could be considered at the time. Yeah. Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Henderson. I will defer to Councillor Esslinger. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that line of questioning. So when you go, I think the intent is to go back to the communities involved and ask what they need. So if we hear what they want is staffing, that would come through with what you present back at the budget. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then I'm very supportive of that. And perhaps in the future, is there plans to do a review of these programs? Because we heard that, I think, from Mr. James today at some point.
So there's ongoing review of the existing revitalization areas and lots of lessons learned from the previous revive areas. As you know, this program funding was only till the end of 2020. At that point in time, obviously, we'd like to go back and have a look at how things progressed over the last decade with these areas. But unless we see that additional funding put in place, that'll determine the level of review going forward.
Yes, because I think even the impact of the pandemic on what's happened has caused some challenge. So I appreciate that. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Esslinger. I have a few questions. So we have NRCs, and I'm just thinking one of their roles or one of their skill sets is to help bring together stakeholders and existing service providers. Yes? That's
correct.
Okay, so there is an option also to start looking for capacity within, I guess, the current system right now. I'm just thinking about budget constraints and looking at new ways to ensure that this type of work is still going forward for the benefit of the community, but maybe in a more maybe efficient manner due to new economic realities. So is that something that we'd be looking at?
Certainly, looking at our NRC program, if you will recall, a few years back, we reduced that number of staff to the current level of staff, and council supported, our administration supported bringing back all of the NRCs right now to provide that community support. So certainly, we're always looking at evolving that program and putting those resources to best use.
Yeah, okay. And so just so I have the finances clear, there's holdover money because 2020 hit hard, so that money wasn't spent, that could continue to be released to these communities. But anything further would be new money, and that would come from where?
That is correct, and that's the big question going into 2021. If there was new programming dollars required or FDE resource funding that was supported, then council would have to look at what options it had available to them to find that funding source.
And I also have to just emphasize, Councillor, that the carry forwards are not automatic. As we work at ELT and with our CFO, there's lots of areas that potentially have carry forwards for different projects or different funding models. And generally, ELT is very reluctant to do that. There's money allocated each year, and if it isn't spent in 1 year, it is not an automatic that it gets carried forward. So it would be in that ELT context that this would be a potential, but it's not a guarantee by any means.
Right, but it was budgeted.
Oh yeah, it is budgeted money, but budgeted money for this year. Obviously, pandemic enters into that in both ways. That you can't spend it, but the revenues, as you well know, are way down from a corporate perspective. So we're very challenged to make ends meet.
Yeah, it's definitely a juggling act right now. Okay, so in that case, are we looking at other municipalities to see how they've had success in community revitalization and the best practices they've engaged in to get, frankly, the most bang for their buck, to be the most efficient with their dollars for the greatest outcomes?
The short answer to that, Councillor, is yes, we have. We've included that in some of our previous reports. As you know, administration moved to a different selection model for neighbourhoods and communities that would be receptive of a revitalization, capital funding and program funding. And so as part of that model, we did an e-scan across not only Canada but North America with what other municipalities were doing. There was different approaches, but at the end of the day, Edmonton is still seen as a leader within North America with its approach to revitalization.
Okay. I just know that they definitely, I've seen a different approach even to our city, our neighbor city to the south. So yeah, if it'd be, maybe I should make an inquiry to get that, unless you can just send that to me. That would be great. And the last question, I guess, is are we actively working with these affected communities in sort of a very aggressive application for grants, and are they aware of all the grants that are potentially available to them?
So that is one of the roles of the NRC as one of their 4 pillars, is connecting people, places, and programs. And so that is really connecting the dots between great ideas and available grant funding and other programs and support pieces. And so that is a core function of our neighbourhood resource coordinators.
Okay, thank you. I'm out of time, and Councillor Knack may have a motion ready.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe just one other question, because and then I'll put the motion on the floor. Something I was hoping to talk about that you and I had chatted about, Mr. Smythe, a little bit earlier, is recognizing there's funding constraints everywhere. And I'll have a motion related to the carryover funding right away. But one of the conversations we had, and this is actually a result of the motion pending that we're going to talk about next week, is groups like, particularly Alberta Ave, which do some really great festivals and events. Stony Plain Road BIA is working on it, and we're working to build up some of those, but there are a lot of costs that often are incurred to run those events. And so some of the money that we end up spending is money we pay organizations to essentially pay ourselves back. And we're not going to debate that motion that's coming up next week, but are there other opportunities in ways that we can find, essentially find the money that's by doing things more efficiently within the city? Is that also something that we're looking at? So essentially, instead of giving folks a grant because we don't have a lot of excess money, can we do process improvements that help provide that same type of financial benefit because you're saving time or not paying yourself back?
I can commit to circling back with our events folks to see if there are any, beyond the coming motion that you're going to make, to see if there's other efficiencies or other ways to get those outcomes we all want at less cost.
Yeah.
We do struggle a little bit, but certainly.
And recognizing one of those constraints is provincial, and that's part of what the motion is. But I can't imagine. But
Edmonton Police, just off the top of my head, having to pay double time for lots of our workers, both city workers and police force, for some of those events. And is there a way scheduling opportunities? Yeah. And there's a myriad of options.
Putting on an event like Deep Freeze is not cheap, and if there were ways we could improve on that save them cost of doing that, it's similar to actually handing people over grants too. So okay, again, that's a separate conversation. I wanted to ask it because that was going to be another topic I was going to discuss, but we'll deal with that next Monday. So I do have a motion I think was just tweaked a bit by the clerks as well, so I'll read it from the email I just received. That says the October 28th, 2020 Citizen Services Report CR 7214 be referred back to admin to work with the Alberta Avenue and Jasper Place revitalization groups to develop a new option or options that would be supported by potential carryover revitalization funding, and return with information to be included as part of the fall 2020 supplemental operating budget adjustment. And just quickly introducing it, again, the intent here, and specifically why I didn't want to say only one option, is that what might work well for Jasper Place may not be what's right for Alberta Avenue. Jasper Place has some ideas that actually aren't the same right now, and I wouldn't want a one-size-fits-all approach to come forward because you've got two different groups with two different sets of needs. And to Councillor Henderson's point, I think if this, with the public hearing being early December, that probably gives enough time, although from what I can understand of both Alberta Avenue and Jasper Place, the folks who would likely speak at the public hearing are the same folks who probably spoke today. and so, although if there's others, wonderful, but I imagine a lot of those groups have been engaged, and my hope would be that both for Jasper Place and Alberta Avenue, that they're engaging their community over the next couple of weeks to work out those options on that. So that's it. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Any questions? No? Okay, I've got a question. So you've got this information to be included as part of the fall 2020 supplemental operating budget adjustment. So are you looking at this as potentially coming back to budget with new funds going forward?
Not new funds, but my understanding from the answer that was given a bit earlier is that carryover funding still would have to be authorized by council to be carried over, and that's why it has to come back to the budget adjustment. So even though it's there, we still need to give our blessing, if you will.
Right. Okay, so the intent then is that those funds that weren't spent, that council would be approving that they be released, that have already been in the budget.
Correct. No new funding, because frankly we don't have any that I can envision in the next month.
Right. We don't even have old funding. Okay. So yeah, that looks good. It looks like Councillor Henderson may have some questions.
Well, I have a residual question, and I apologize if I missed this and it was asked, but I'm curious. There's one other chunk of funding that's still out there, and that was the capital funding to do the last bit of 118th Avenue. And I'm just wondering if we, and you guys may not know the answer to this, it's probably different, but I'm curious to know why we haven't finished that. That's been we've had 16 years to do that, or 14 years. 15.
So it's my understanding that there's 6.3 million of capital work that still is on the books to be done. So,
but do we know when? I mean, it's been on the books for, since 2006.
I think in the report it talks about the extension down to Wayne Gretzky Drive. I'm not exactly sure whether that was just an add-in after the fact or it had some other capital implications. So I can certainly find that out and get back to you.
I just think it's just interesting because it's I had maybe Councillor Katarina knows, and I had assumed that we had finished that project. I know we'd gone in stages, and I thought all the stages had been done. So it was a surprise to me to find that there was still one more chunk of it to do, and I just was curious to know what the status of that was. So, but Councillor Katarina may have way more information than I do. Great, thanks.
All right, thank you, Councillor Katarina.
Yeah, to Councillor Hendricks, good question. The $6 million was from the portion of 79th to Wayne Gretzky. And that was put off year after year because of the uncertainty of, first of all, the Coliseum, whether it remained open or not, the work being done on the old LRT station, and what the entire site was going to look like in a number of years. So that was delayed and delayed and delayed. And it's still not complete. That 6 million, 6 point somewhat million is still available for that completion. But given the plan now for the Expo Center and the exhibition lands and the closure of Coliseum, that has changed the dynamics of when that work would be done, should be done at this point. So, but you're right, that money is still there and budgeted for. And given the numbers that we're talking about today, that's an extremely small fraction of monies that are available to Alberta Avenue, even if they can be redirected from capital, which I'm not assuming that it can be. But that could be an option to take a look at a small portion of that $6 million and both help Alberta Avenue and Jasper Place and others at this point in time for the next couple of years. So, but until we got the plan in place for the exhibition lands, that money was not being used for the revitalization.
Would you like a response from administration on that?
Well, no, that's the response. The money is available, and that's the reason why it was delayed. That would have been the first leg of the revitalization when it started, instead of 82nd to 85th Street. But we left that till last, including going to Nate, that portion to Nate, which was going to be last. The decision was made from 79 to Wayne Gretzky because of the uncertainty of the area, the Coliseum, exhibition lands, that was left to the end. And we're in a position now where that's going to be part of the redevelopment of the exhibition lands when that starts to happen.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. Councillor Esslinger.
Just a word of clarity, because this motion talks about using just the carry forward amounts, but they were for programming, but the recommendation could still come forward to go into funding staff if that's what the communities wanted. Just want to make sure we don't miss that.
Is that to the mover or to admin? Yeah.
Well, it was what your intent was by moving it. I just wanted to, that was what I thought, but.
Yeah, short answer is it could. I know on the Jasper Place side, they were thinking maybe not even it being funded or not hired through the city, but maybe hired through the BIA, and they're responsive to the community. But staffing would be a component of this, of what.
That's what I wanted to make sure of. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Esslinger. And just another point of clarity, I guess, for the motion. When we were talking about new options, we're talking about also a budget for these funds, yes?
I think that would play into it as well, Councillor. Yes.
Like
in terms of
itemized,
what
strategic plan with the money.
the money for these two particular sites or areas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about developing new options, right, with working with revitalization groups that would be supported by the potential carryover revitalization funding, we're really talking about a targeted sort of itemized budget to achieve maximum effect, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. The reason I ask is because, we have seen some of the monies from revitalization go to groups that maybe are already getting provincial funding, and that money, rather than going toward direct revitalization, goes into a program that is already funded by another order of government, and maybe that's not the best use of those funds, for example.
Certainly, that's a possibility, Mr. Chairman. So if I may, because we don't know exactly yet what that carry forward may be, and happy and looking forward to those conversations with Jasper Place and Alberta Ave to see what they're thinking about how we can really move the dial, we'll certainly capture that. But again, some of those ideas, thoughts, strategies moving forward may not be supported by the small amount of carry forward that has been identified as what's left over at the end of the year. So we'll bring back their thoughts, what can be done with what we know as the availability of the money, and what any additions, options might look like, and those costs associated with additional staff or programming.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So that makes sense. And that's directly to Councillor Esslinger's point as well, that maybe those funds are used to, help get, staff to actually help with the community. So, all right. Okay. So that answers that. So basically, what we're talking about, and just to sum up, is that these funds are already there. We're going to work with administration and the revitalization groups to come up with a plan for how to best utilize those monies, and then return with that information without it being implemented yet to be included as part of the fall 2020 supplemental operating budget adjustment, at which point council will decide whether or not to approve that plan to use those monies.
I think it's a good summary, Councillor.
Okay. All right. I can support this. All right. Well, if there's no other questions, Councillor Knack, would you like to close?
Nothing further. Your summary was a good close. Thank you.
All right. Well, get your e-scribes ready then, and let's vote.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
All right. Display the vote, please. And that is unanimously carried. Okay, so that brings to a close item 6.2. And last on our agenda today is response to councillor inquiries, and that is 7.1, smudging ceremonies. It was an information report that we all got. I'm just wondering if administration has any presentation for this or would like to say anything.
No, we don't. I think the report speaks for itself, Councillor. We can go right to questions.
Okay, so questions are open.
Mr. Chair, I don't think there are any questions. Councillor Nicol had selected it only for Councillor Hamilton, who's not here, so I'll move receipt of information.
Okay. I do have a quick question. So I've gotten conflicting information about maybe a $75 fee for smudging, or that there is no fee for smudging, and I'm just wondering which it is.
Let's see if Mr. Jevney's on the call.
Hi, Rob. It's Gary Dewar.
Oh, hi, Gary. Yeah, sure. Jump in, Gary.
can provide that clarification if you like. The $75 fee only applies if we have to, if it requires the services of one of our staff to come in and deactivate the fire prevention systems, detection systems, I should say. That's the charge that would be borne by the group. Otherwise, the only cost that would be incurred by the group would be the facility rental charges.
Okay. And how often does that occur?
It depends on the facility and the number. And when I checked for our events that took place in 2019, it wasn't happening that frequently. It does happen in a facility like City Hall. It's required there. So in the events there, as well as events that were hosted at the Orange Hub, that service was required for each one of the events hosted in those particular facilities. So it depends on the facility.
Okay. I'm certain that Councillor Hamilton would have wanted to have a subsequent on this, but unfortunately she wasn't able to make it today. But from my communications with her, she was hoping that we could do a subsequent that we actually cease charging fees for that observance. And I'll put it to committee if there's a will to make that motion.
She can always do it at council next week, Councillor Paquette, as the report comes forward.
True enough. Okay, we will leave it in her hands.
So in which case, I think we need to requisition. I'll requisition that.
Yeah. So we actually had a motion to receive the information. So
I'll withdraw that and then
okay.
Say requisition.
Okay. Do we have to vote on a withdrawal of a motion? I don't think so.
Yeah, no need to vote on the withdrawal, and with requisition, it goes automatically up to council.
Okay. And with that, unless there are any notices of motion or motions without customary notice, going once, going twice, 3 times with Rice. Okay, that is it. We are adjourned. Thank you very much.